be to jump from a tall building into a tiny bucket. Unfortunately, the tank he was aiming for had already sprung a leak, and maybe an inch of water was left in it. And so he would be jumping to his death. As he was falling, Superman came and saved Joe, which angered the man as he thought that the Man of Steel had stolen his moment of redemption and made a fool out of him. To make things worse, Superman got Meech a job at the Superman Museum, where he was tormented by the statues of the very person he now directed all his hatred towards. One day, when he was in the hall of the LSH, he got struck by lightning and ended up gaining all of their superpowers as a result. Indeed, with all the abilities of the 30th century's finest super teams, he morphed his body into a half Superman, half Batman construct and began calling himself the Composite Superman. He teamed up with the two in an attempt to embarrass them and usurp their positions as the world's finest superheroes. He'd have gotten away with it too if Batman hadn't figured out his deception in time. As the Composite Superman, Meech had godlike powers and completely embarrassed Kal-El in their first encounter. While this persona would become dormant later, it would resurface when the alien Zan attacks a and causes the Composite Superman to awaken. This time, though, Meech turns over a new leaf and sacrifices himself, trying to save the very heroes he once wanted to kill. For my fiendish revenge, the most famous kite-related person.
I like being down here now that it's all lit up. It's just like Goody Hunt.
Cavalcade of bizarre oddities that exist in the rogues.
Out of curiosity, because I haven't even played with
perhaps
these yet.
none is as brave or stupid as
Jane's going big and going home for the holidays. That's the plan. At Michael's, she got everything to make cookies that were
Cool. You can place the cobwebs. That's kind of neat.
Turn ideas
Oh, cool.
into I did it.
Might be able to start some ingenious traps with that bullshit.
Oh.
They are annoying.
Yeah.
They
They
just slow
are.
you down.
I hate getting stuck in those
It's
things.
like, what the fuck? And then it's like, oh, stupid.
Mm-hmm. Like, really?
no commitment, cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, October 13th. Man, a fact that was ridiculed to the point of becoming stale during the War of Jokes and Riddles storyline. After all, who can take a character that flies around on a jumbo hang glider, uses kite-themed paraphernalia, and shouts out, "Hell yeah," for no apparent reason, without any ounce of seriousness? Debuting in Batman number 133 and created by Bill Finger and Dick Sprang, nothing was explained about Charles Chuck Brown's infatuation with kites for several decades, aside from the fact that he was already into them as a child. In fact, even his name wasn't revealed until 1986's Hawkman, Volume 2, Number 4 was published, a full 26 years after Kite Man's first appearance. All that was known about him was the fact that he was a joke in both the superhero and the supervillain communities. 2016's Rebirth event rebooted the entire DCU and finally gave us an answer as to why Kite Man does what he does. And it was more tragic than we could have expected. In Batman Volume 3, Number 27, it was revealed that Chuck was a former aerodynamic engineer who was responsible for creating the Joker Mobile. Chuck had a son who thought his dad's obsession with kites was cool, and once he even exclaimed, "Hell yeah," at the sight of his father with a kite. When the Riddler killed his son by poisoning his kite string, Chuck decided to create a customized glider, and adopting his son's words as his villainous catchphrase, he became the Kite Man. He joined the Joker's side during the war and was essentially comic relief throughout the arc. Eventually, he sided with the Caped Crusader. Number 87, Fright. Linda Freitawa was born with an affliction. Suffering from an advanced form of albinism, she was forced to spend her days hibernating, as even the slightest exposure to sunlight could prove fatal for her. Forced to spend most of the time isolated from regular society, she became obsessed with fixing her condition and enrolled herself in medical school. She managed to become extremely skilled in the fields of genetics and chemistry, but was pushed too far in her pursuit of a cure and was expelled for conducting illegal experiments on human beings. Broke and living in destitution, she was given a chance to complete her work by Oswald Cobblepot, aka the Penguin. That's how she debuts in Batman number 627, working as the enamored assistant of Jonathan Crane, who has been commissioned to produce more fear toxin by the Penguin. But if you're thinking that working with Scarecrow wasn't going to be safe for Linda, think again. Because somehow she's
Think
even more
again.
demented than the King of Dementia. During their time researching together, she manages to transform Kane into a fear toxin exhaling monster called the Scare Beast without his knowledge or consent, and proceeds to use the beast to pick off the internal threats in the Penguin's organization. By the time Batman figures out what's happening and confronts Penguin, Linda has used Crane's research to develop a cure for herself that removes the negative effects of her albinism while amplifying her natural strength, senses, and agility, and giving her the same ability to exhale fear toxin like the Scare Beast. Now, calling herself Fright, she escapes the dynamic duo and goes to work for the new Black Mask, becoming a key player in his criminal empire. Number 88, Nobody. Batman's journey to becoming the world's greatest detective demanded that he trained under some of the best martial artists and detectives of the world, one of whom was Henry Ducas, a French assassin. Bruce learned a lot from working with Ducas and had a mostly amicable relationship with him, but they disagreed on one major point. Batman was strictly against taking lives, and Ducas had little regard for life itself. Though they went their separate ways, this ideological difference would come back to haunt Bruce in the very first issue of New 52's Batman and Robin series. See, when Bruce was training with Ducas, Henri's son Morgan became his fighting partner. Having been trained by Ducas himself for 14 years, Morgan was an exceptional killer in his own right, but somehow kept losing to the novice Bruce Wayne, who kept pushing him to his breaking point. He finally snapped when Bruce beat him within an inch of his life after his own father had ordered him to kill his former partner. Broken in body and mind, Morgan developed a burning hatred for Batman and his preposterous no-killing rule, viewing him as more of a casual force in the fight against crime. He adopted the mantle of Nobody and embarked on a mission to end the legend of the Batman. While Morgan wasn't as skilled as Bruce, he was much more lethal in combat, thanks to his suit, which is equipped with sonic and cloaking abilities. He also knows a deadly nerve strike that can paralyze a person with one hit, which he used to kill off Batman Incorporated's Russian operative Ravel in his debut appearance. He would go on to toy with Damian Wayne's ingrained killing impulse and manipulate him into joining his own crusade against crime during the Born to Kill storyline. Morgan also succeeded in turning the boy to his cause, but was stopped by Bruce just in time. Number 89, Professor Milo. It's a shame we don't see more of this character anymore, because Professor Milo's debut appearance was perfect. Created by Bill Finger and Sheldon Moldoff, Achilles Milo first appeared in Detective Comics number 247. He was a brilliant scientist who was an expert in chemistry and alchemy, but like most scientists in the comic book, he decided to use his gifts to pursue a criminal life. He used his extensive knowledge of the human anatomy and its biochemical nature to create several drugs and gases designed to incapacitate or downright antagonize certain aspects of a person's personality or character traits. In his first encounter with Batman, Professor Milo drugged him with a compound that gave Bruce chiropophobia and forced him to swap out his batsuit for the ridiculously flashy Starman outfit. It was only after several hours of forced desensitization that he was able to get over his newly acquired fear, and even that wouldn't have been possible without Robin. On one occasion, Professor Milo gassed Batman with a compound that made him lose his will to live, which is a pretty hard thing to accomplish if you know anything about the Dark Knight. In fact, to ensure that he's never pushed to the brink of mental collapse again, Bruce created the violent backup personality of the Batman, of Zur-En-Arrh, in case he ever falls victim to psychological tricks as effective as Professor Milo's. He was also responsible for Anthony Lupus's wolfish tendencies and has even consulted the Batman in a couple of cases from his cell in Arkham Asylum, after trying, and failing, to turn him into a lunatic with his trademark gases, of course. Number 90, onomatopoeia. Nothing is known about the origins of onomatopoeia. He could be a regular member of society, married with 2 children, none of whom are aware of his secret identity. It is possible that he is from Delaware and had a brother who was killed by a masked criminal. He had a nickname once, which he revealed to Virago, but we are not sure if even that is true because he did so shortly after killing her. Onomatopoeia debuted in Green Arrow, Volume 3, Number 12, as a serial killer who practically targets superheroes without superpowers and speaks only in onomatopoeias. Kind of anticlimactic that the bad guy is supposed to mess up with the entire life can only do so whilst uttering noises like twip or skeet. Wait, that used to be the other company. Either way, don't let his borderline comical supervillain identity fool you into thinking he's just a goofball. The ambiguity is what makes him so dangerous, because how are you supposed to fight something you can't even begin to understand? He's an expert marksman and hand-to-hand combatant, skilled with sniper rifles and fists alike. He is also insanely durable for a non-super, and he has been able to rush through 6 arrows shot at him with pinpoint accuracy, as well as survive multiple explosions and fires that would have otherwise killed a normal person. Onomatopoeia has instigated gang wars in Gotham City, and was even able to gain access to Batcave thanks to his complete mastery of disguises. Posing as the vigilante Baphomet, Onomatopoeia briefly worked with Robin to gain Batman's trust, and only revealed himself once in the case, and had already slit Silver St. Cloud's throat in cold blood. Bruce didn't even know anything was wrong until he heard that familiar clack-clack sound, and it wasn't coming from his utility belt. Number 91, the Mad Monk. Despite his relative irrelevancy in recent years, decades, the Mad Monk holds the distinction of being the second supervillain that Batman faced since his inception, and the first to headline a multi-part storyline. Created by Gardner Fox and Bob Kane, he debuted in Detective Comics number 31 all the way back in 1939. Operating out of a castle in Hungary, the monk was a vampire who was putting together an army of werewolf women to take over the world, alongside his trusted assistant, Darla. Using his recovery, the monk managed to track Bruce Wayne's fiancée, Julie Madison, in a trance-like state, and brought her to Hungary to make her a part of his army. He was eventually defeated by the Caped Crusader and struck by lightning, presumed guilt. His character was revived by Jerry Conway.
I'm making it a new way to get down here.
Where he was reimagined as an ex-plantation owner called Louis Dubois, who lived in New Orleans.
Planting more bamboo.
After the American Civil War. Set upon by the vengeful spirits of their former slaves, the siblings gained vampire-like powers after being subjected to a voodoo ritual that had to be exorcised by Father Green in order to be contained. However, our favorite version has to be the post-crisis one, introduced in the 6th-issue miniseries created by Matt Wagner, called Nicholas Tepesh, a not-too-subtle reference to Vlad the Impaler. The Mad Monk was the leader of a vampire cult called the Brotherhood, which operated on the outskirts of Gotham City. The miniseries was a reimagining of the first storyline featuring the monk's character, and managed to make him come off as more unhinged than ever before by throwing in a dash of fanaticism as between his character. Number 92, Magpie. Growing up, Margaret Pye had always loved shiny things and wanted them all for herself. She was ridiculed for her fixation and nicknamed Magpie, after the bird that collects shiny things as a stimulus for potential mates. This obsession of hers just got stronger as she grew
thieving
up,
magpie.
and took a job as a curator of the Gotham City Museum of Antiques to be surrounded by valuables she liked. But there is a fine line between loving something and obsessing over it, and she was eventually overcome with compulsive jealousy when she realized she would never possess the antiques that surrounded her. This juxtaposition of her desires and her duties made her mind snap, and she decided to fully embrace the identity bestowed upon her by her bullies. Debuting in Batman number 401, the villainous Magpie decided to take matters into her own hands and started stealing precious valuables and exhibiting in museums. replacing them with booby-trapped versions that would be lethal to the untrained eye. She had an extensive knowledge of poisons, explosives, and most such devices of fatality. She was also notable for being the first villain that Batman and Superman take down at the scene in the post-crisis continuity, as established in Man of Steel number 3. Number 93, Crazy Quilt. Created by the legendary Jack Kirby during his brief stay at DC, Crazy Quilt was an exceptionally talented painter who led a double life as a criminal mastermind using and skills. He was living a comfortable life as a wealthy art thief until he was double-crossed on his own people, taking down his modest empire. To make matters worse, an ensuing struggle between the authorities and his brother, a gunshot wound severely damaged his eyesight, effectively blinding him. He volunteered for an experimental procedure to restore his lost vision by fusing a unique helmet directly to his optic nerves. While the operation itself was a success, Quilt was left with a unique form of color blindness. Though his sight was restored, he could only see the world in bright, vivid colors. You pilfered your last painting, Crazy Quilt. This constant sensory overload drove him berserk, and he assumes the costumed identity of the villain we know as Crazy Quilt. Though he doesn't have any innate superpowers, his helmet and visor more than compensate for that fact. Crazy Quilt's helmet allows him to hypnotize victims using flashing lights of various colors, and can also project laser beams as well as blinding getaway lights to facilitate an easy escape. The visor functions as Quilt's artificial eyes, since his own eyes no longer function. The lenses feed their input signals straight into his brain, and he can see things even if the visor is placed on the back of his head. After being defeated repeatedly by the Boy Commandos, he relocates to Gotham City and develops an impassioned hatred for the Boy Wonder, nearly killing Jason Todd a day into his tenure as the new Robin, thinking that it was Dick Grayson under the mask. He confused Orang the Batman till this day with his avant-garde costume and his crazy power. Number 4, The Crime Doctor. We honestly wouldn't be surprised if George R.R. Martin based a Kyber off this maniacal medical practitioner, created by arguably the best creative duo in DC history, Bob Kane and Bill Finger. Matthew Thorne, Bradford in in Detective Comics number 77. The brother of Gotham City mob boss extraordinaire, Thorne, he used to lead a straight life but couldn't resist the allure of the family business. Matthew was a brilliant surgeon and loved his profession deeply, but crime was like an addictive drug that he couldn't shake off. It didn't take him long to follow in his brother's footsteps, and soon enough, Matthew Thorne began treating the criminals of Gotham City for his private practice as the crime doctor. Besides treating his patients, he would also hand out prescriptions that taught them how to execute their crimes with greater efficiency, 25% of the action. If he was required to conduct a house call and bail someone out in a bad situation, he'd take 50%, no questions asked. Thanks to his active felicitation of crime in Gotham City, it wasn't long before the dynamic duo came looking for him. Though he had no superpowers, Matthew Thorne's greatest strength is his demented mind. He is an expert surgeon and criminal mastermind, who is so good at extracting information from his targets that he is the resident torturer of the secret society. Thorne was an average hand-to-hand combatant, but his injector gun gave him the clear edge in a fight, as it could either kill or incapacitate his enemies by emitting a lethal vapor-like gas. Like his brother, he prefers controlling things from the shadows.
Got someone in the server.
Responsible for Gotham's criminals feeling healthier, stronger, and more invigorated than ever. While that's what good doctors do, something tells us it isn't because Thorne worships the Hippocratic Oath.
Hey, nice tie, boss.
Number 95, Rupert Thorne. And speaking of the Thorne, let's look at Matthew's brother, shall we? Before the Penguin or the Black Mask ever rose to power, like they have in recent years, Gotham City was controlled by one man, and his name was Rupert Thorne. Created by Sir Englehart and Walter Simonson, Rupert debuted in Detective Comics number 469 and was introduced as the Batman in Gotham's crime scene. A corrupt politician operating in the most corrupt city in America, Rupert accumulated an obscene amount of wealth and political connections during his lifetime, using them to finance his criminal enterprise and run it from the shadows. He eventually invested in diverse businesses to expand his influence on the business side of the world. Rupert was the leader of Gotham's exclusive tobacconists. That's how he came onto
Tobacconists.
After undergoing a harrowing physical transformation, fellow club member Dr. Phosphorus warned Thorne about the Caped Crusader and the dangers he posed to his life. Thorne used his political connections to decry Batman as a vigilante and did everything in his power to take him down. He replaced James Gordon with his own lackey and got Hamilton Hill elected mayor, who immediately put on a citywide call for the Caped Crusader. He even went as far as hiring Deadshot to take out Bruce Wayne after learning Batman's identity from a tortured Hugo Strange. It's just a shame that he went after Strange, as that decision would cost him his life. Still, for a while, Rupert Thorne was the worst thing going for Gotham's Dark Knight, and that is the Number 96, Gorilla Boss. DC's frenzied approach to capitalizing on the gorilla craze in the 50s resulted in the creation
Gorilla
of
craze in the 50s? Interesting.
of the Golden Age, the Gorilla Boss of Gotham City. George Dyke was once a top mobster who controlled much of the crime that took place in Gotham City. Unfortunately, he did so under the Batman's watchful eye and was promptly put behind bars by the Caped Crusader for his various felonies. Sentenced to death by cyanide-laced gasoline, the boss came up with a plan to take his revenge on Batman. With the help of a group of scientists, Dyke was able to safely transfer his mind to the body of a gorilla and cheat his sentence. Now, inhabiting the body of one of the most powerful primates in history, he takes on the moniker of the Gorilla Boss and plans to transfer his mind to Batman's body while trapping his consciousness within the apes, thus gaining the ultimate revenge. Though he can only communicate with his henchmen by using pen and paper, Dyke's primate body is far stronger than that of any human and grants him enhanced strength, endurance, and a range of motion. He chases Gotham's protector all throughout the city, pummeling him every chance he gets, but ultimately, his newfound body proves to be his undoing. He pursues him up a building, but falls unconscious, and is promptly arrested by the authorities for his crimes after Batman deduces his real identity. Though his appearances have been sporadic, since he's one of the better gorilla villains that DC has created. They have made a head-spinning 50 of them.
50.
50.
Number 97, Ragdoll 2. The original Ragdoll was a Golden Age Flash villain who was blessed with the queer power of being triple-jointed. He could contort his limbs to inhuman degrees, quite like a ragdoll, and decided to use his powers to commit crime and take on the Flash. But while Ragdoll 1's membership into every secret group of supervillains would be contingent on his unique physiology, his son would have to put himself through literal hell to get to that level. And even then, he's mostly treated like comic relief. Debuting in Villains United #1, Ragdoll II's real name is Peter Merkel Jr. Being born to the contortionist extraordinaire that was his father, young Peter was expected to follow in his footsteps. But genetics failed the boy, as he was born without the triple-jointedness that made his father such a great thief. He faced great abuse as a child because of this, being shunned and mistreated by both his father and brother. Determined to live up to the family legacy, Peter Merkel Jr. subjected his body to hundreds of surgeries over the course of 12 years in an effort to replicate his father's powers. While it gave him the flexibility he so desired, it also completely shattered any vestiges of sanity left within him. The surgeries replaced his joints with self-lubricating and fully rotating implants, which gave him contorting capabilities that far exceeded his father's. Additionally, his body also became nearly indestructible thanks to the modifications it went through. Donning a costume that closely resembled his father's, he joined Gail Simone and Gail Eaglesham's reimagined Secret Six.
God.
He later went on to
Fuck
side
Gail
with the
Simone.
Joker in his DC-wide supervillain war. Unlike his predecessor, whose cruelty is measured as opposed to impulsive, Ragdoll 2 is insanity in a
Oh, is saying that gonna get me gonna put me on a list?
Question him. Just ask the Mad Hatter.
Detectable by spy satellite. Tell me what you know.
Number 98, Dr. Moon. Healing is the body's natural process and is therefore dull and commonplace. I am an experimenter, a pioneer, a misunderstood visionary, quote unquote. It pretty much sums up the life motto of this insane former medical practitioner. Appearing first,
Alright, man, my hole, but I gotta run for the
Dr.
fucking
Moon
bridge now.
was introduced as the go-to healer,
Haul
medical
ass.
experimenter, and torturer of the League of Assassins.
I'm bringing my shit
Nothing
in.
is known about his
Get
past
some more
life,
copper.
save the fact that he was once
Nice.
nominated for a Nobel Prize. And
We
that
could
was
always
no
use some
way
more
to verify
copper.
the doctor's authenticity.
Yeah, they finally
As
released that
there are
DLC.
no records of his
Yeah.
accusation. What is known, however, is that he is a brilliant surgeon who, if his moral compass was correctly aligned,
Introducing Popeye's new spicy truff chicken
Look,
sandwich.
we already like
This is
chicken,
and
okay?
truffle-infused spicy mayo.
That's like advertising
How
a
do you make sense out of
toilet.
something so
Everyone likes chicken. Even the healthy people eat chicken. You know what I mean?
Chicken
It's
is
the number 2
delicious.
protein source behind
Chicken-
shrimp.
Chicken is my favorite. Like, I love steak, but chicken is, I have to say, if I choose chicken a lot. I love chicken.
No chicken, no fucking chicken thingies.
And hooked it up to a computer.
And chicken tendies or chicken nuggies.
At achieving immortality.
You could fry it, you could roast it, or like put it on a rotisserie.
Yeah, you can do literally anything with chicken.
God,
People boil
like-
chicken, which I don't get.
That I don't know. Why would you boil meat? Just
Because
no,
they're
that's
English.
wrong. Because they're English. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's funny because they poke fun at us for biscuits and gravy. I'm just like, at least we don't boil our meat.
Number 99, the Tallyman. Everyone's got to pay the Tallyman. We don't know anything about this mob enforcer's personal details, but we do know that that phrase has defined his entire outlook on life. Starving and living in rags, the boy who would become the Tallyman lived in constant fear of the criminals.
Tallyman?
defending his family
Tallyman,
from the
Dad?
money his father
Tallyman's
from them
bananas.
years before.
Ah.
After his father died, those same criminals extorted his weekly fee from his mother, and when she couldn't repay them, she was left a broken mess. Her terrified son asked her why she didn't just refuse to pay when she uttered the words, "Everybody has to pay the Tallyman." That would become his life's motto. The next time that the enforcer came around, the boy couldn't contain his rage and brutally murdered the older man. He was 12 years old. Getting heavily abused in prison and returning home to a dead mother and sister shattered his mind, and he turned into the Tallyman, a hitman for the mob whose debt collection fees was paid in human lives. He was hired by Gotham's underworld to take care of any debtors who interfered with their business interests, which inadvertently led him to Batman. His expert marksmanship and clinical insanity weren't enough to get the job done, though he had fled the scene vowing revenge. He resurfaced during No Man's Land, serving as Two-Face's personal executioner. Tallyman 2 would emerge post-Infinite Crisis as the personal hitman of Warren White, and was responsible for throwing Batman readers into disarray by murdering most of his rogue salaries with weapons belonging to other villains, most notably killing the ventriloquist with Two-Face's gun. No matter which incarnation it is, the Tallyman always gets the job done, except when he's confronted by Gotham's protector, of course. And number 100, the Tweed Brothers. The Mad Hatter wasn't the only Batman villain to emulate Lewis Carroll's works, but where his actions were motivated by his delusion. The Tweed Brothers were inherently nefarious. Debuting in Detective Comics number 74, Dumfries Tweed and Beaver Tweed are cousins who resemble each other so closely that they are often mistaken for
I'm surprised they covered them twice,
Both boys also
like
bear a
individually.
striking similarity to John Tenniel's depictions of Tweedledum and Tweedledee, hence the nicknames. Being overweight and extremely lethargic, the Tweed brothers preferred to mastermind criminal activities from behind the scenes as opposed to being out there in the field. They also use their borderline identical appearances to their advantage, tricking people into thinking that they are both effectively the same person. In fact, they look so much alike that even Batman was fooled by them on his first encounters with the duo. It took the world's greatest detective a good while to crack the code to that twin magic, after which they became regular denizens of Arkham Asylum. The Tweed brothers have since developed a close relationship with the Mad Hatter, with the New 52 introducing them as his henchmen. They were even in charge of the Wonderland gang, which terrorized the streets of Gotham City in Detective Comics number 841. What do you think of this list? Did you enjoy this video? If
Well, it only
yes,
makes
then
sense for
don't forget
Tweedledee
to
and
like
Tweedledum
and
to be
comment
working for
down
the
below.
Mad Hatter. I mean, come on.
Mm-hmm. Right. Damn, we're gonna have a lot more bamboo. Ah, it's growing nicely.
Alright, new entrance is done.
Cool. I'm gonna have to get more food. Shit. Oh, my controller's doing it again. Stop.
This whole Mandela effect journey started on August 16th, 2022, when I posted my first Mandela effect video. 10 interesting
Ooh, Mandela effect,
The
eh?
objective of it was to kind of steer Mandela effects that not many people have heard about before, and compile them into a list for your entertainment. Since then, the series has garnished a large audience and has stacked up to a total of 124 obscure Mandela effects found all across the internet. This is the full exploration of the entries from the past year and a half in a single video. But don't worry, there's more Mandela effect related content to come. Consider following me on Instagram. My handle is @Bookavalis, and same goes for my Twitter. If you end up enjoying the video, subscribe to the channel. That's ultimately what helps the content keep going. Either way, enjoy the video. Number 1, the bucket list. This is a pretty popular term. A bucket list is a number of experiences or achievements that a person hopes to have or accomplish during their lifetime. Let's say you've always wanted to binge watch Breaking Bad, but you just never got around to it. You put that on your bucket list. But think of the term bucket list. It sounds like an old term some dude in the 1900s made up for a piece of literature and it catches on, right? Well, not so fast. Apparently, the phrase directly derives from the film with the same name. Simply put, the phrase was recently invented as early as 2007. This tends to confuse tons of people as they remember using the term before the film was even released. Even searching it up on Google, you find the same traces back to 2007, directly referencing the film. Even the movie writer Justin Zachman credits himself as the original director. There's also no online evidence that the term existed before the film was produced. One Reddit user stated, "Heard it in primary school, early 2000s. No idea the exact year, but pretty sure it was around before the movie." I don't know. What do you guys remember about this one?
No, I'm pretty sure that's right. It's from the movie.
I
I don't know
didn't
why
really
they
hear.
called it that in the movie, but
Halo Split Screen. This Mandela effect
oh,
surrounds the
kicking the
popular
bucket.
gaming franchise Halo, specifically
kick in the bucket.
And the split screen motion setup. Now, many people remember being able to
Great,
play
I have to
with
pee.
friends on the first few days, and are surprised when they come back to replay the game with friends that it was never an option to begin with. Yup, you can't play it with another player. You can only go through it alone. The Heretic and the Armory are solo play levels, though the Heretic is mainly a cutscene. Though this tends to contradict what many people remember. Some recall playing the Armor level with friends and family. If you go search this up on YouTube, you'll find videos surrounding the topic, and the amount of commenters remembering this option being available is astonishing. One comment with 300 likes reads, I remember playing Armory on co-op and pushing boxes into the elevator with my stepbro to miss with Johnson. A reply states, yep, me and my friend used to push master guns into the elevator to try and save him from dying later in the mission. I'm having a hard time believing co-op was never a thing in that mission. How do you guys remember this level? Was this ever an option, or are people simply misremembering this one? Fruit of the Loom trademark evidence. So we probably all know this one by now. In reference to the Fruit of the Loom logo, some people remember it, including Cornucopia, though it has never had one in the entire 170.
Really? Because I remember a cornucopia.
Well, apparently now there's evidence of this. In 1972,
Yeah, I've heard of cornucopia too. I thought cornucopia was that centerpiece, Thanksgiving
Yeah, but it
centerpiece.
being on the Fruit of the Loom logo.
Oh, I remember. I thought I saw that. I saw that.
There's also this old picture of a wall full of newspapers, I guess, and
Like bullshit, it didn't exist.
the Fruit of the Loom logo with the cornucopia as well. I don't know, guys, is this the Photoshop or is this evidence?
No, it used to have a cornucopia.
So mostly everyone and their moms have watched at least one of the Toy Story movies, right? Remember Woody's famous catchphrase, there's a snake in my boot. That's how it goes, right? No, it's actually there's a snake in my boot. Boot means foot. Even though it doesn't make any sense. This one has actually got me thinking, as it doesn't make sense there being a single snake in both boots.
What are you doing, Yasmin?
This line only exists in the first movie of the franchise. The rest of the films, Toy Story 2, 3, and 4, have the line
Okay.
there's a snake in my boot, which may be the main reason why people are remembering this from. I don't know though. How do you guys recall the line being said?
Probably because they fixed it.
Right.
The Mona Lisa. Nope, this one isn't about her smile. It's about her black veil. Some people are surprised to find that the Mona Lisa is wearing a thin black veil over her hair. Some believe that it wasn't there before, stating that before a certain year, they vividly remember the Mona Lisa simply having her hair out and about, with no thin black veil on her head to be found, claiming that they would have noticed the great detail that can be now seen within the painting. I mean, just look at how precise the veil is painted, looking realistically transparent, and showing her hair. I don't know about this one though.
I just always thought that was her hair.
As it was a fine detail you have to pay objects in the mirror. So you know the objects in the mirror safety warnings engraved on the passenger side mirrors of vehicles, right? How do you remember the warning?
What is this, objects in the mirror?
Closer than they appear? Well, a lot of people recall it being this way, but it's not correct. It's actually objects in the mirror are closer than they appear. Maybe never appears within the center.
That's bullshit.
That maybe was emphasized as decreasing the distance of something using a mirror could skew your perception as being farther or closer. Though it has never been maybe, as it was federally mandated to be written as are closer than they appear. Though some swear reading this kind of
Yeah, well, you know what? That probably happened later. People don't take into consideration simple things.
Nope.
Like nothing happened before 1990 because I can't internet it because the internet's from then basically.
Yeah, it's like people don't seem to understand that yes, life existed before the internet. Shit, I remember as a kid, in order to do research on things, I had to go to the library to read through books. We didn't have Google back then.
Face in the painting has become one of the most iconic images of art, seen as symbolizing the anxiety of the human condition. Monk recalled that he had been out for a walk at sunset when suddenly the setting sun's light turned the clouds of blood red. He sensed an infinite stream passing through nature, which inspired the flute. Now, out of the 5 revisions created, only the most popular version includes a well-defined golden bracelet that many people do not recall seeing before. Now, this painting has been thoroughly studied and written about, trying to interpret its meaning and what it signifies. Though for some reason the bracelet doesn't really get that much attention or
I think I'm gonna finish laying down these planks and I'm gonna go back to the mine.
never even there to begin with, and that it throws the painting way off. You guys
Gotta
recall
change it up a
having
bit.
bracelet? This one just gives me the creeps, and it's not even about the Mandela effect aspect alone. It's just the painting itself. It's ready. Isaiah 11:6. This Mandela effect is in reference to a Bible passage that some people believe has changed, recalling the passage as stating, "The lion shall lay with the lamb." And tons of people recall this passage being this way. Not only that, there are tons of imagery from Christian artwork depicting lions laying down with lambs. Although the Bible passage has never stated that, it actually says the wolf will lie with the lamb. To be more specific, it actually states the wolf will dwell with the lamb, painting a totally different image. This one baffles me, as I vividly remembered it being the lion shall lay with the lamb. Smokey the Bear. This one's a 2-for-1 deal, as there's 2 effects going on here. But let's start with the first. We've heard the saying before, right? Only you can prevent wildfires, said by the well-known educational
Forest
mascot,
fires.
Smokey the Bear, who teaches people the danger of wildfires and how you can prevent them. Except, turns out, Smokey the Bear doesn't exist in this reality, according to some Mandela effect.
What?
It's changed. His real name is...
I'm sorry, Smokey the Bear Smokey the Bear did exist.
Advertisements for years.
We're saying it's Smokey Bear, not Smokey the Bear. It's always Smokey the Bear.
It's always been Smokey the Bear. I've never heard of Smokey Bear.
The second effect revolves around what he's wearing. Many people remember him wearing red suspenders.
Like, bruh, you're mistaken.
Though he has simply worn pants without suspenders. Here are some recreations of what people remember, also known as residue evidence in the Mandela effect community.
Bro, you're paying $273 for subscriptions? No, that can't be right. I only pay for like Netflix, Fruit Loops, Flip Flop.
You may be thinking, I already know this Mandela effect. Why is he bringing it up again? Well, trust me, there's a new update to this. How do you remember Fruit Loops being spelled? Is it fruit spelled with 2 O's or fruit spelled correctly? No funny business. Fruit Loops is spelled with 2 O's, spelled incorrectly for creativity's sake. Though this has tripping tons of people up, as they remember already going through this Mandela effect once. Some remember that in the old Mandela effect, Fruit Loops was spelled correctly, with the U and the I, and that the Mandela effect was that people misremembered it being spelled with double O's, like this of course. This Reddit user's reaction to the change states, wait, WTF. I remember being shocked that it wasn't spelled fruit with double O's, but it is now actually spelled that way. It's a Mandela effect of a Mandela effect. Something that I'd never believed would happen, and it's crazy to think about. It's got some thinking that we're living in a broken timeline. Some think that the correct answer is flipping back and forth in this current timeline. Brazil 9/11.
Whoa, this
Dragon Ball
is
Z. This one's got a funky
interesting.
title, but let me explain. A lot of people argue that Mandela effects mainly change things within the United States and United
Wow,
States
that's
culture.
neat.
But here's one from a different country. This Mandela effect pertains to people in Brazil on the day
Oh,
of
cool.
September 11th, 2001. Check out this
Oh,
photo of someone
the
in
candles and
Brazil
stuff.
is
Oh,
posting it. It has
there's a
over
door.
5,000 upvotes. First of all, in Brazil, you typically don't go to school, middle school or high school, doesn't matter, for the entire day. You are in school either in
Damn.
the
We're living in the
morning,
fucked
usually
up
7:30
parallel
a.m.
Earth
to
lol.
noon, or in the
Hey,
afternoon,
awareness.
usually from 1 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. Every single person who was a kid in
What up,
Brazil and was not in
awareness?
school in the mornings on the day of September 11th, tons of people remember watching Dragon Ball Z and having it to be interrupted for the breaking news of the attacks. And I mean everyone. It comes up every single time someone asks, what were you doing when September 11th happened? Except Dragon Ball Z wasn't even on at the time. Someone checked the airing times and compared them to the time when the attacks occurred, and it was definitely not on. Still, a whole generation of kids is 100% sure that they were watching Dragon Ball Z when the news broke out. Edit. Everyone's saying this isn't real and they edited the timetables after the fact. You sound like conspiracy theorists. Look up Occam's razor. This has been thoroughly discussed by Brazilians on the internet. It's not something new. Like someone else said in this thread, the TV show that played Dragon Ball Z wasn't even aired on that day. Scary Movie 2, Take My Strong Hand. In Scary Movie 2, there's a bit in which Chris Elliott plays a character that has a small, mutilated hand that grosses everybody out, due to the fact that he uses it while preparing dinner for his guests. Now, there's a very specific scene in which someone is hanging right outside the window and struggles to get back inside. This is where the Mandela effect kicks in. Some vividly remember Hansen, the character with a deformed hand, stating, "Here, take my strong hand," when offering to help him. Although he never says this, he simply states, "Here, take my hand." Although some recall reenacting this scene multiple times, with the punchline being that the strong hand is obviously the non-mutilated one, but instead he uses the mutilated one, which people are uncomfortable with. There are even memes depicting him stating strong hand. Let me know if you guys recall it always being this way. This video is sponsored by G Fuel. So G Fuel did a collaboration with some classic horror IPs and sent some over for me to try. I gotta say the Dream Demon Tart Fruit Punch flavor is delicious, and I just love the Nightmare on Elm Street design on the can. You can see Freddy's claws right there. It's got this smooth, sweet flavor to it. Also, this Good Guys Tropical Blood Orange flavor has a nice little tangy kick to it, which I enjoy. And the Chucky graphic on the can looks so cool and just adds to it. There's a Chucky and Nightmare on Elm Street Mandela effect regarding movie scenes coming up soon in the vid, so stay tuned for that as well. The Hack and Slash Citrus Fruit Punch flavor has a good strong taste to it, and you get the Friday the 13th theme. The great thing is all of these horror cans contain no sugar, so no need to fear for a sugar crash, and they all contain 0 calories, giving you a clean and sustained energy boost. G Fuel was the perfect collab, and I can't tell you how hopeful these drinks were when editing my last video. Another great plus is that G Fuel energy formula includes essential vitamins and minerals, and I gotta say this clickbait tub was delicious. The flavor is cherry pomegranate paired up with ice, and it's perfect. It's got 15 calories per serving, and it's sugar-free. Same goes for the Hype Sauce, which is raspberry lemonade flavor. So try them out and head over to gfuel.com and use code VALIS, VALIS, for a discount. Or click the link in the description below, which applies the code automatically. You can also find a collab at your local GNC or FYE retail location. Working with G Fuel has been great, and if you want to support me as a creator, go check them out and use my link and my code. Dragons in the Bible. You know, I remember there being serpents, snakes, and other beasts found in the Bible, vaguely, but not specifically dragons. That's where this Mandela effect comes into play. A large group of people do not remember there being any mentions of dragons in the Christian Bible, although dragons are mentioned at least 35 times in the King James Version, the most popular version of the English Bible. Some people argued this, saying that they only appeared in the Revelation chapter, the final book of the New Testament, the only apocalyptic book in the Bible that is considered canon. Though this is entirely wrong, as the word dragon appears 21 times in the Old Testament alone. This has left some people confused and searching for an explanation. Some have concluded that these dragons were in fact describing dinosaurs. Same thing goes for the creature Leviathan, found in the book of Job, a massive powerful sea monster that some believe was a sea dinosaur, or factually known as mosasaurs. What do you guys think? Does anyone remember these creatures being in the Bible, or were they added later? Michael Jackson's Smooth Criminal. This one is definitely controversial. Most of you guys have probably already heard the song Smooth Criminal by King of Pop Michael Jackson, right? Well, how do you guys remember the bridge of the song going? Is it you've been struck by a smooth criminal? Is that how you remember it? Well, it actually states in the original recording, you've been hit by a smooth criminal. The line simply repeats, nothing different.
No, he said
Although
struck
many
by.
others
Yeah, he said struck. That's what I thought too.
Line. Here are some covers of the song made by people that remember it this way.
You've been hit by a smooth criminal. You've been hit by, you've been struck by a smooth criminal. You've been hit by, you've been struck by a smooth criminal. You've been hit by, you've been struck by a smooth criminal.
Why would people pull struck out of their ass?
Right. I'm pretty sure you've been struck by is towards the end of the song.
Yeah.
Though I'd like to note that in some live
Boom,
such as
boom, boom, boom,
but not in the first verse, which is a subtle,
boom,
unexplainable change, explaining maybe why some people
I don't know where I'm
remember it
going.
this way.
I know what I want to
Though
watch
some
for.
big fans still remember the original recording.
Great, now I'm gonna have that stuck in my head now.
Take a listen to the Argentinian concert version at the 3:20-minute mark, more than halfway in.
I've always had trouble with my weight.
Now with Wegovy, I've seen real change. I've lost weight and keeping it off.
I have no clue where I'm going. What the fuck? Wait. That way?
Wegovy is the #1 prescribed once-weekly weight management medicine for adults with obesity or some with excess weight.
Shit.
People taking Wegovy lost an average of 35 pounds. Some lost over 46 pounds. Wegovy shouldn't be used with other semaglutide-containing or GLP-1 receptor agonist medicines. Don't take Wegovy if you have a personal or family history of
I don't know what that
cancer.
means.
Converse logos. This one's sure to spark something in the comments, as I see a lot of people arguing about it online already. So, you guys know the famous shoe brand Converse, right? And their signature Chuck Taylor model? Well, some people remember the logo facing the outside, like many other shoe brands, in order to advertise the brand even more. Though the logo was always on the inside face of the shoe. Yeah, this has some people tripping out, but not all. As
I'm
some
gonna have to
specifically
pull out
remember
my high
the
tops to
features
see if
in
he's
Converse
accurate
Chuck Taylor
about
model,
that.
due to it facing the inside of the shoe. Spirited Away scene. If you don't know, Spirited Away is a 2001 Japanese anime film written and directed by Hayao Miyazaki, a legend and pioneer in the industry.
Good
Spirited
movie.
Away tells the story of a 10-year-old girl who, while moving to a new neighborhood, she enters the world of kami, spirits of Japanese Shinto folklore. After her parents are turned into pigs by a witch, the 10-year-old takes a job working in Bob's back house, the witch's house, to find a way to free herself and her parents and return to the human world. A truly majestic and beautiful movie, I might say. Now, this Mandela effect comes from people in Japan who remember a scene in the movie differently. They regard it as the phantom ending. Believed to be part of an extended cut, people scram to find the scene everywhere across the internet, but it sadly led to nothing, as the scene simply doesn't exist. In order not to spoil it for you guys, I'm not going to explain the end, but I'll simply say that it ends on the scene where a tunnel is depicted. Though most don't remember it this way. They don't remember that it stops there, and they remember that it keeps on going for a few more scenes, as depicted in this Minecraft reenactment of the Phantom ending. So, where did it go? Is everyone simply misremembering? Some say that it may have been shown only in the theatrical releases, although this was proven to be wrong by the creator Hayao Miyazaki himself. Shaggy's Adam's Apple. Here is something that may surprise you. Shaggy from Scooby-Doo, the franchise, has never appeared with an Adam's Apple in all of the canon series and media up to 2021. And you may say something like, okay, maybe he doesn't have it all the time, but it definitely occurs when he gulps or states his catchphrase, zoink, right? No, it never appears even when he's swallowing or gulping or saying his catchphrase. None of his designs depict him with an Adam's apple, though for some specific scenes from the show, he is shown swallowing with a lump down his throat, which may be an explanation for some of these Mandela effects, although some argue that it is not the way that they recall his Adam's apple being. They recall a more pronounced and defiant feature that's more realistic. I don't know. It seems like people may be confusing the two, but then again, his original character designs don't have a prominent Adam's apple as people remember. Here's a clip of what people remember him like. Dogs playing poker. You guys can probably recall the famous painting of dogs playing poker. Now, do you guys recall them wearing green transparent visors in any of the variations of the painting? Well, you'd be mistaken due to the fact that in most, if not all, popular variations, they are not wearing anything on their heads at all, let alone a green transparent visor as many people recall them wearing. There is in this one variation in which a single dog is wearing a green hat, but it's nowhere close to a transparent visor, and they aren't even playing poker. Though this is the closest thing that it may have been confused with. Do you guys recall something similar, or is this just a huge mix-up? SpongeBob had shoelaces. This Mandela effect is in reference to SpongeBob's shoes, and whether or not they contain shoelaces. Well, the simple answer is they don't. Though many people recall SpongeBob always depicted with white shoelaces with the bunny rabbit tie method, this was never the case.
His original character design depicted him with plain black, shiny shoes. There is a piece of media where this might derive from. It comes from the Loop-de-Loop song performed by band Ween for the series, teaching people how to tie their shoes, finally depicting a SpongeBob with shoelaces. Hello, my baby. Hello, my... This is a reference to the Michigan J. Frog tune, in which he's dancing and sings the famous line, "Hello, my baby, hello, my what?" What does he say after that? Is it darling? If you thought it was darling, you'd be mistaken.
I thought it was honey.
Actually, hello, my baby, hello, my honey, which tons of people recall differently. I can't find a single version of the song online where the word darling is used instead of honey. If you guys have any versions where this is the case, leave a comment. As one Reddit user put it, I sing this all the time to my pets. Hello my babies, hello my darlings, hello my good time dogs. So yeah, darling for me, I recall it from some old Looney Tune cartoon. I can also recall a frog dancing and doing high kicks while singing it. He also had a top hat. But I could also see Fogphone Leghorn singing it as well. The Last Supper. The Last Supper is a mural painting by Leonardo da Vinci. This painting represents the scene of the Last Supper of Jesus with his 12 apostles, as it's said in the Gospel of John. Specifically, the moment after Jesus announces that one of his apostles will betray him. This Mandela effect touches on a missing object in the painting, that being a gold cup. Many people remember there being a gold cup right beside Jesus, sitting on the table. Although, looking at the painting now, there is no gold chalice anywhere on the table. So, where is the Holy Grail? It's on the wall. Yeah, out of everywhere, puzzling tons of people due to it being in a bizarre place. Is this new to you guys, or do you guys always remember the cup being on the wall?
One final question. How many wine glasses are there on the table?
One? The Holy Grail?
Open your eyes. A single cup. No chalice. Well, that's a bit strange, isn't it? Considering both the Bible and standard...
Chucky's catchphrase. Everyone should know this little trucker right now. I didn't enjoy watching him as a kid, but I've grown to love the first two movies of the franchise. They're classics. The new one seems more like a cash grab than anything, though. Either way, this Mandela effect covers his famous catchphrase in the film. You probably remember Chucky saying, "Hi, I'm Chucky, and I'm your friend till the end," right? Well, in the movie, he actually states, "Hi, I'm Chucky, and I'm your friend to the end." None of the movies in the franchise ever depict him saying till the end, including the remakes and sequels, though lots of people remember the catchphrase including the word till, making the statement sound less menacing because it's a children's toy. There's even a fan-made film titled Chucky Friends Till the End. Even the superfans got it wrong, as well as other artwork that depicts the line tons of people remember. Do you guys recall it always being this way?
I'm Andy. Hi, I'm Chucky, and I'm your friend to the end. Heidi-ho.
Missing emoji. This is in reference to emojis that people believe have now gone missing or have simply never existed. Like, for example, the robber emoji that was never there, and the hiker emoji as well. Now there's more. Some people recall there being an orange traffic cone emoji that tons of iOS users would use, whether that be to capture attention better on a post or warning someone about something. This emoji would supposedly be used. Well, if you have iOS and try to access a traffic cone emoji, you won't find any results. There's also the green peas emoji, which tons of people recall using on iOS, but it's not there, as well as the moose emoji. Do you guys remember any of these, or are people simply confusing softwares? Flintstones flip-flop. I found this one on a Reddit thread discussing flip-flops in the Mandela Effect community, which means when something changes, quote-unquote, in our reality, but then reverts back to its correct form, or the form the Mandela Effect believers remembered. The comment reads, the spelling of the Flintstones changed to the Flintstones in 2017.
Flintstones
then a guy made a YouTube
flip-flop
video
roll.
about how ridiculous the spelling change was. Then about a week later, the spelling changed back to its original form. I tracked all of this in real time since I became obsessed with the Mandela Effect in 2016, after learning about Billy Graham still being alive, a famous preacher that many thought had died earlier than 2018. The guy's YouTube video about the Flintstones is a
Flintstones
timestamp of the
asterisk.
flip. Let's take a look at the video.
Wow. Let's check it out. Flintstones spelled the wrong way got more hits from 2004
Let's take a look at the video.
Wow. Let's check it out. Flintstones, spelt the wrong way, got more hits from 2004 all the way to present. Even present, people have been spelling it wrong. Only people, the majority of the people that got it spelled right was Poland.
Yeah, they're basically saying there was no T in it. It was Flintstones because Flint is a stone. Don't these people know that? Just like every other joke on the show.
In the video, he says people are spelling it wrong about Flintstones, even though that it is the way that it's spelled now. This is an interesting find. One reply to the post states he made a mistake, plain and simple. It did not change Flintstones in 2017. Had it, people in the Facebook group would have been all over it. It would have been flooded with posts after posts claiming it changed. Then post after post saying how it changed back. Neither happened, but it is exactly things like this that cause the perception of a flip-flop. What do you guys think about this one?
Like that. This holiday, Dick Torrey goes to the headquarters for fleece and hoodies. Keep the whole family warm with soft and cozy hoodies from Nike, Jordan, and Carhartt.
Michael Jackson's chain.
There it is, finally.
At one point, he had an unobtrusive but noticeable gold chain around his neck on the cover. Then one day, it disappeared. People even posted about it. I can't remember if it was here or elsewhere, but I remember reading posts about it. I didn't really think much of it until I happened to see the cover
What are you saying?
in a record shop.
I said I'm gonna do this. I nearly got lost in the damn mine there, just going around this damn maze. I'm gonna line these up with torches just to show. Here's the way entrance into the mine.
This is one of the most confusing things that's ever happened to me, where I can't offer a definite explanation. After reading that, I thought maybe people are confusing it for a parody album cover, or they're confusing it for a whole other album. But even the parodies don't display a gold chain. Funny enough, people still think of the album cover itself. The Cure, Friday I'm in Love, Personal Mandela Effect. Imagine listening to the radio one day and hearing a beautiful melody from an unknown artist or band. Then you think to yourself, I hope they don't mind if I take their chord progression and create my own song. And so you do that and it becomes one of your greatest mainstream hits of your musical career. But you start feeling guilty and ask your band members and friends if they have ever heard that chord progression before. But they all say no, which leaves you puzzled. The song you thought you heard and took inspiration from never existed in the first place. Well, this all happened to lead singer of the band The Cure, songwriter Robert Smith, one creating the song Friday I'm in Love. This sort of Mandela effect is different, as it is a memory that only one person remembers, as opposed to a group of people. Surprisingly enough, this isn't the first time this has occurred either. A similar case has happened to Paul McCartney, involving the hit classic titled Yesterday. Party members listening to the melody of the song before, and hearing it in blues in his dreams, believing that it was one of his dad's old jazz tunes that he played before. So he decided to recreate it in his own style, but it turned out to be completely original, and it had never existed. He remembered playing it on the piano for his friends to see if they had heard it before, but they couldn't recall anything familiar to it, leaving him stunned. A creepy and similar phenomenon, but funny enough, they created this concept into a movie titled Yesterday. Minecraft the Disc. This one is on Minecraft, one of the only games I got to enjoy in my childhood. Though I gotta say, it would often creep me out due to the weird vibes, the combination of ambient music, and the never-ending realms the game had. Anyway, this Mandela effect is specifically about the music discs in the game. People vividly remember the music discs popping out after they were done playing. The post that brought this up reads, Mandela effect regarding a certain feature. Didn't know where to flare this, was hoping maybe a discussion flare, but oh well. Anyways, about a month ago, there was a bit of a debate in my friend group over a supposed feature that used to be in one of the Minecraft versions, most likely console. The feature in question. Half of us said that music discs used to pop out of the jukebox automatically when the song finished. The other half of us said that it was never a thing. I'm
After a bit of back and forth, we checked the Minecraft wiki and found that absolutely no reference on any platform at any time. However, people on the same side of the argument as me vividly remember this being a feature somewhere along the line. Are my friends and I the only ones who remember this once being the case? Some replied, read it. I remember this, as I was afraid to leave my jukebox unattended for the risk of a despawn disk. I've been playing Java since 2010, but I don't remember when this stopped being a thing, as I do not use it often/ever. I saw this happen on Bedrock a few months ago. I don't use music this often enough to have a more recent confirmation though. Yup, I remember that clear as day. Couches in the Bible? This entry is related to the quote-unquote changes in the Bible, whether that be missing scriptures or new words that nobody remembers seeing. Like, did you know that the word couch is found throughout the Bible? Same goes for words like alien, stuff, matrix, and unicorn. Though I think some of these words predate our idea of what we think of them today. One Reddit user replies, states, the newest one that I think I've seen was the god's real name is actually jealous. And tripped me the F out. I was watching something about and that one so I called my mother, was the active member of the church since 1999, and asked her if she had ever heard of that, and she quickly dismissed it as baloney. Basically, until I told her to grab her Bible and read Exodus 34:14, where it actually states that. She agreed that this was never there before, and that was the most insane thing. And also get this, if you look it up on Wikipedia, it states that it was added in 2017, but how does my mother's Bible say that too? And that Bible was passed down from my grandmother, so it's at least 50 years old, maybe even perhaps older than that. The passage he is referring to states, do not worship any other god, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. I don't know, do you guys remember the scripture being in the Bible? Freddy Krueger's sweater. This Mandela effect is controversial and debated online. It's in reference to Freddy Krueger and his iconic stripes on his sweater. Now, do you remember the stripes being red and black? Picture it in your head.
No, red and green.
If you do, you're in for a surprise, as the colors were always red and green, though some vividly remember red and black and find the green and red combo odd.
Yeah, because it's fucking filthy. It's dark.
How do you guys remember it? Morton Salt Girls Raincoat. You guys probably know this famous salt brand, right? Depicting a girl in a yellow raincoat and boots carrying an umbrella. It's a very iconic logo, though tons of people aren't remembering it the way it is today. The Morton Salt Girl is actually blonde and is simply wearing red hair, and she doesn't have on rain boots either. Surprising, isn't it? Though I have to say the combination of the same color hair and dress make it look like she's wearing a raincoat, add the umbrella and rain, and yeah, this seems like an easy thing to misremember. What do you guys recall? Jesse's famous line in Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad, the show follows a dad with terminal lung cancer as he goes down a dark path in the drug business, changing him and his family. It's one of my favorite series. Now, do you remember the scene in the show where Mr. White does something smart using his chemistry knowledge, and Jesse replies with, yeah, science sis, enthusiastically? Well, let's just say this line doesn't appear any time in the entire 5-season span of the show, not even once. The closest thing found it is a scene where Jesse states, yeah, Mr. White, yeah, science, very awkwardly, and almost unfitting. Take a look.
Yeah, science. Yeah, Mr. White. Yeah, science. Yeah, Mr. White.
There's also the scene where he states, yeah, bitch, Mad Max, but it's not the same as people recall. There are even memes depicting him saying this, but the clip doesn't appear anywhere. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle characters. This one comes from open_card_515. Regarding characters that I have never heard of being in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles franchise. It reads, growing up, my brother and I were huge fans of the Ninja Turtles. I have no opinion of LOL. We had older toys than many, and I simply remember us playing the arcade game for hours in an old arcade hall. We met up for a beer today and were chit-chatting and reminiscing about our childhood, and we started to talk about our love for the turtles and what those we are. Then he starts talking about Wigna and Screws. I replied, who? And he looked at me like I'm crazy and told me to Google them and show me images of these two characters who were apparently a huge part of the show.
They weren't a huge part of the show. They were just cameo guys.
But apparently there they are, and I'm just confused. Now I'm baffled. I could name everything about the turtles, but I draw a blank on these guys. Am I dense, or is this a dumb quantum immortality thing? And I slipped here from a
Your business is made to work, just like you. Made to sell out even when the lights go out, with wireless internet backup. And made to keep you working with reliability.
It's a hit.
Spectrum Business, made to work. From Friday.
Ah, shit. Thank God.
Scarface line in the hot tub. Do you guys remember that famous line in Scarface where Tony Montana says something along the lines like, "Another Quaalude, she'll love me in the morning"? Well, he doesn't say that at all. He simply states, "Another Quaalude, she gonna love me again." Though people swear they heard "in the morning" vividly. One guess is that it may be that people are confusing the line with another film titled Friday that quotes it differently. Take a listen.
We're living in the fucked up parallel Earth lol. And Clark's sometimes. Friend to the end, love that. Flintstones flip flop lol. Flintstones asterisk.
This is in reference to the live action adaptation
Shit!
story, which some hate, but I
Fuck.
There's a scene in the
I
movie
gotta find where
where Pat
the
does
fuck
an
this was.
on a device that creates cupcakes out of anything.
What is this? A review.
No, it's just some, I don't know.
Mandela effect. Supposedly famous Mandela effects.
Well, upon rewatching it, I found that he actually doesn't say that. He actually states,
Anything. I'll get you, and I'll look like a bloody accident.
yeah, he never mentions cutting
It
off
randomly reviews the
Bill
chat.
accidentally chop off his own toe. Do you
Oh,
remember
that's
this line,
just
or
the
does somebody
AI
else
being
remember?
broken.
Reddit user Excellent Pumpkin states, "I have seen this movie at least 20 times. It was one of my favorites as a kid. My brother and I used to literally act out this specific scene. I'm so sure
Yeah,
that I'll
figures.
cut your tail off and I will make it look like a bloody accident. Please tell me I'm not the only one who
It's amazing that you run around for like an hour and then like when you die you come back for your shit and it's just like 5 feet from you. It's like, okay. Don't know how we never explored this fucking area before.
Yeah.
The Marriott World Trade Center was a 22-story, 825-room hotel. Though the building was created by media creators at the time, even though it
Weird placement of iron blocks amid all the granite.
as there was another building, World Trade Center Building 7, which collapsed as well and went underreported, leading to confusion on how many buildings actually collapsed. For me, Neptune's dad/cliche ending. This is similar to the Spirited Away Mandela effect I discussed in the last video, where people remember an ending that never occurred, a quote-unquote phantom ending. The post recalling this ending states, "I remember an after-credits scene from Coraline that apparently doesn't exist. I recently rewatched Coraline for the first time, basically since it came out, and I was waiting for a specific after-credits scene that never came. I have a vivid memory of the movie ending in the exact same way, but after the credits, the camera returns to the old well and zooms in until the other mother's hand pops out of the well, holding the key to the door. I was super confused when this never came and kept scrolling back until the credits trying to find it. I even searched on Google and YouTube to see if maybe this was a deleted scene that doesn't exist in the streaming versions of the movie, or something, but couldn't find anything. My boyfriend had no idea what I was talking about, but I had to ask a bunch of my friends, and some remember the exact same scene I'm talking about, but cannot find evidence of it anywhere on the internet. Edit. Two things I need to clarify. One,
Oh, hi, Mr. Zombie. Bye, Mr. Zombie. You ain't gonna get me, asshole.
by it being only in the theatrical release, I think. It would have to have at least been on DVD. Two,
Oh, spawning 2 archers on me. Oh, run like, oh.
I'm not getting them confused. I rewatched the movie last night before I made the post. One of the side things, what's weird is I remember the quote-unquote bad ending, and when I watched Coraline, I remember
Thank you, Mr. Zombie, for supplying more food for the doggo.
Mario Kart change. I have no personal experience with this effect, as I never played Mario Kart when I was younger. I've only recently started playing it, and let me tell you, it's pretty addicting. So far, I've only gotten like first place twice, though. Either way, this Mandela effect has something to do with the particular road you race on. That being Rainbow Road on Mario Kart 64 specifically, a notoriously hard road to race on for some, as many fear of falling off due to the turns and high speeds. Now, it turns out that Mario Kart 64's Rainbow Road is actually a lot easier, as some are surprised to find out the road has falling off. Yeah, this comes as a shock to some that vividly remember falling off the map and raging. One reply to this effect states, "Whoa, this is weird. The way I remember it was that only some short sections had rails and the rest of the track didn't have any. I looked up images and now the whole track has rails. What the heck? This might be a new Mandela effect. I'm still open to the idea that I could be misremembering though." Another reply clears things up by stating, "The Super Nintendo version has no rails and is so much harder, as is the whole game. It's still very easy to get knocked off in the 64 version.
I found gold blocks. Holy shit. Damn it, I forgot to bring a fucking iron pickaxe.
What's your coordinate?
322 minus 109 is the middle number.
Also known for their creepy animatronics.
See if I
Though
can.
that's a personal opinion. Some quite enjoyed those things.
322?
Even inspiring someone to create $1 million franchise.
3120.
3120.
This Mandela effect is specifically about the name of the establishment.
Gonna line.
3120, what's your middle?
Simply Chuck E. Cheese, and never Chuck E. Cheeses. Though other
9.
always been Chuck E. Cheeses. The thing about this one is that the newest logo was indeed.
What's your, what's the last one?
Rebranding it.
Negative 99.
That was once there. Basically, people are confused with this one, as they believe that the name has been flipping back and forth. One Reddit user's response states, "It's been both for a number of years now. Different advertisements and the logos have it in different ways. Chuck E. Cheese and Chuck E. Cheeses are both correct." Here's the one that I can the King Tut sculptures. Okay, when you think of King Tut sculptures, you call him like this, with those simple characteristics, including his cobra right in the middle of the forehead, nothing else. Well, if we take a look at the sculptures and other artifacts of him, some would be surprised when they find a cobra and vulture are side by side on his forehead, as some only remember a cobra being in the center of his forehead. How do you guys recall this one? I'm thinking some may be confusing it with another sculpture which doesn't depict him but instead someone else, but since we're not all archaeologists, we're bound to confuse some things with other things. Or the timeline did in fact shift, and I'm wrong, you know? One post states, "Of all the Mandela effects, the King Tut one has hit me the hardest."
Had to stop for iron.
Egyptian,
Alright, where am I going?
Tut never had two animals on his
It's 9 for the middle number, negative 99 for the Z.
If I'm not, I'm seriously questioning what's real anymore. Beats by Dre.
I see you over there.
Almost forgotten
Where?
Mandela effect.
I'll see
In
you.
regards to the famous
I see your tag. Hold on, let me.
Right? Well, no. The headphones have always been called Beats by Dr. Dre, though many swear that the official name was simply Beats by Dre, suggesting that we should have already known which Dre they're referring to. Though there's something that has led to this confusion, as some of Beats' official social media handles have the same name, Beats by Dre, on them, like here on YouTube. They go by Beats by Dre, although the actual official product sold is labeled as Beats by Dr. Dre. Why don't they stick to a single brand name? I don't know. Most likely convenience sake. Also, does anyone else remember heavily using Beats music and how cool it was at the time? I remember finding out about hip hop through this app and listening to Kendrick Lamar's Good Kid, Mad City. Well, I don't know. Do you guys use this as residual evidence that Beats by Dre did in fact exist and that there's a new timeline shift? Or is it something else completely? Abe Lincoln and his top hat. Abraham Lincoln became the United States.
I keep finding iron. I keep getting sidetracked. There's just so much iron over here.
Now, many people remember him always wearing a top hat in all of his famous pictures, though this is not the case, due to the fact that in the majority of his portraits, he's not wearing a hat at all. He is simply showing off his bare head. I don't know, do you guys remember him wearing a top hat in his famous pictures, or is this a simple misunderstanding? Though I believe some people may be confusing his historical pictures for popular pop culture media and costumes, as he is depicted with a top hat in tons of media. The hat isn't a myth either, as he did in fact own a top hat and wear it a lot, but would take it off for respect and other customs that called for it back in the day. iOS mummy emoji. Here's an interesting and pretty damning one for some people. Okay, some recall there being an iOS
Ah! What the fuck?
described as a standard yellow
Where'd you
emoji
come from,
with
asshole?
black and lemon, and showing only the eyes and
Got
the
hit in the
hands
back by a
now for the
fucking zombie.
looking somewhat
Asshole.
like this. Do you guys recall this money emoji existing? One would even stated, it seems like it never existed when you look at emoji history, but I'm pretty sure he did exist, and he was the zombie and vampire emoji on the keyboard. Some people also recall there being a mummy iOS emoji, but that doesn't exist anywhere. So
Coordinates one more time.
emoji Mandela effect coming from? As a lot of emoji databases don't depict them at all. Could this be confused with zombie or
31, 22,
Let us know.
9.
Hold on.
Okay.
SpongeBob scenes. This one was posted 2 years ago on the
Alright, then what's the last one?
SpongeBob episode
Negative 100.
Squidward and SpongeBob are on a boat. Mr. Krabs holds up a dollar bill that's been kissed with blue lipstick. Mr. Krabs mistakenly refers to it as Coral Blue Number 2 semi-gloss lipstick. SpongeBob then proceeds to correct Mr. Krabs by saying it's actually Coral Blue Number, but this is somewhat cut off. Until now, I've always thought SpongeBob was supposed to say number 5, and upon Googling it, so did a shitload of other people. But it actually sounds like SpongeBob is going to say number 3, or nothing at all. Well, why do people remember him saying number 5 specifically? Take a look at the clip.
This is an ordinary dollar that's been crumbled up, torn slightly, soaked in a lagoon, and kissed with Coral Blue Number 2 semi-gloss lipstick.
Actually, it's Coral Blue Number.
Do any of you guys recall this specific detail? There's also another scene that people speculate has changed, this time in the first SpongeBob movie. Some recall SpongeBob holding up a white V-shaped guitar and the 2 letters KK for Krusty Krab on the head of the instrument. Though, if we look back at the closing rock anthem, he's actually holding a peanut-shaped guitar with the letters GG on the head, confusing many people as they recall differently. One commenter's reply states, I remember it having a double length, being purple and in V shape. My friend also remembers it in V shape, but being white, and he didn't know about the confusion regarding it. Anyways, there isn't a single image on the internet where SpongeBob is holding it. It makes sense. Here's the last SpongeBob-related Mandela effect, posted on the Mandela Effect forum, stating, alright, so my brother and I both vividly remember the ending of the Krusty Krab scene. Not the ending with the cut off, but he is going to announce the Krabby Patty movie. We both remember the narrator saying something totally ridiculous that didn't actually have to do with anything about the ingredients, or somewhere along the lines of that. Are we the only ones? Some remember ingredients being listed off, but cut off quickly by the credit right when he's going to announce the secret ingredient, or comedic effect. Plus, if you go and watch it, even the first original airing of the episode is cut off abruptly. Take a look. Do any of you guys remember this quote-unquote missing scene? This is in reference to the New York Mandela effect, which some say has flip-flopped. Some people remember a Mandela effect years ago, which stated that people could not visit the crown on top of the Statue of Liberty. It was totally off limits. But now it's open to the public, and people are allowed in. Some say that the only place you could access is the porch, and not the crown. But now it has supposedly flipped right back to the crown only being accessible to the public, and the torch restricted to only some. 2001 Space Odyssey.
Well, the torch needed repairs. These people are stupid on some of these. They don't research anything.
Now, if you have watched this film, you guys will know about this evil operating system named the HAL 9000, who sabotages and tries to kill this man on a space mission. Now, know about this. Good morning, Dave, and I'm sorry, Dave, I'm afraid I can't do that. Well, if you do, you'd only be half correct. That's how never says good morning, Dave, anywhere in the film. Though people swear this was a very famous line from the movie. Do any of you guys recall this one? There's no It caught me by surprise, and concentrating on how good my memory is. So you guys know the iconic Air Jordan logo, right? It's a silhouette of the man himself in basketball gear, jumping with a basketball in one hand. Now, do you remember him wearing slits and not basketball shorts? Well, that's how it is now. The Air Jordan
not shorts, as some recall him wearing. One comment on a Reddit thread talking about it states, I think people misremember this because of the most iconic photos and posters of Jordan in the 90s about the dunk always depicted him in a Bulls uniform and shorts. A reply states, maybe so. My experience refers to the logo. I haven't seen many posters or photos of Jordan dunking. I really don't follow sports. Same goes for me, as I am prone to confusion because I'm not that big of a fan of basketball compared to other people. Benny the Bull. Do you guys remember this character from Dora the Explorer, Benny the Bull, wearing a nose ring? Well, apparently he never had one, although many remember him sporting one and thinking about its inappropriateness for a children's cartoon. Here's a clip referencing the non-existent nose ring that some claim is evidence of this once existing in our universe. Take a look.
Look, there's a reason they call him Benny the Bull. He's a public.
Yeah, I'm having trouble finding it.
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Britney Spears.
Why can't I see your name tag? Am I that far away from you? What's your coordinate again? I'm sorry, Lindsay. I can't find you. This place is fucking a maze.
Sorry, I was eating there. It's 3122.
3122. Let's get there first. 31. 22. And then what's the last number?
-100.
That's going the wrong way. But you're at level 9, though.
Uh-huh.
First number is again?
3122. There's an Enderman down here, so be careful. And all you zombies I hear out there, you go fuck off. Oh, tea, good. Ah. Okay. Yeah, it's like, you know, that bamboo bridge where the waterfall is? I basically jumped down that waterfall and, trying to figure out how I got here.
You just jumped down there without considering a way back up?
Oh, I know how to get back up.
Oh, okay. I would say it may sound like you just jumped down to that dark spot.
Yeah. I hear you, bastard. You stay away. Not today, Satan. Ah! Oh my god. Okay, I'm not looking at you. Not looking at you. Don't worry, Mr. Enderman. I don't plan on getting into a staring contest with you anytime soon.
I'm out of torches.
I see your name tag. I see you're above me.
Yep, right here. Got any candles? Because now that hallway is all dark in there from where I just tunneled through.
I do. But I have like 11 left.
Well, there's 3 sitting. There's tons of candles, like way too many in one area right here, so I'll just take 2.
Okay. Anyways, where I lined candles up right here, these 2, that's where the, you go down that hole and the gold blocks are down there. Actually, no, we'll keep that there. Oopsie.
Another fucking chasm down below us.
Seriously? Yo, this is crazy.
I don't have any torches, so I can't get that piece of
Okay.
gold that dropped. Awesome. There's a creeper down there, so don't fuck with it.
Oh, okay. I put a torch right there. Oh, I heard a fucking skelly tried to shoot at me.
You wanna see something real funny?
Hmm. Ah! Dump some lava on their heads, motherfuckers.
Got one.
Yeah, yeah. Alright. I'm not gonna bother with this here. I'm gonna seal this off.
Just because it's shitty?
Yeah. Yep. You try to create an entryway? That's rather smart.
See which way the lava flows while killing everything. Plus it'll light up that tunnel. We can get a little peek at what's down there.
Shit, didn't mean that. Yeah. I just heard a ball torch. That's funny. Oh.
I don't know how to get back up.
shit, I heard a creeper.
Yeah, I need help.
Okay.
I need a light. I can't
Okay.
see shit. Fucking A. It's dangerous down there, but there's another fucking area.
Mm-hmm.
I'm out of food. I got a whole
I'll
stack
give you.
of iron. I'm getting back to the thing. How do we get
I got
out
a
of here?
couple. I got a couple of mutton if you want some.
Alright. For a little
Just
extra. But I'm out of
some.
candles, though. I kind of want to get out of here and go, bank.
Alright, here, Jesse. Oh, oop, okay.
Yeah, I'm moving.
Alright.
We actually have 5 full stacks of iron.
That's cool.
Hell yeah.
I hate that this fucking tunnel system is such a fucking maze. I'm nowhere near a bed.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
I'm just doing this in case it will hold off that fucking phantom douche.
Oh, gotcha. Oh my god, why must this place be such a fucking maze? There, finally found the exit out. Oh shit. Oh shit, I hear the phantom too. Oh no! Fuck. Good thing I'm on the bridge. If I die, I die.
Go inside the panda room.
Oh, I know I have more than just that. Ah, you asshole! How'd you get up there? Fuck off. Okay. Whew. Uh-huh. Ooh. I needed that. Ooh, shit. Okay.
Annihilation Proclamation is my message to the East.
Alternative to the Wii at the
Oh, I
time.
forgot I didn't
Though I
unmute my
don't
shit.
think this one is a total Mandela effect.
This guy's like the Wii Mini, and he's like, wait, just listen to all this shit.
Wii Mini. I personally think this one is pretty
Wii
fun.
Mini?
Some
I don't
recall the
remember
Wii
that.
Mini never existing in their timeline, and are surprised to find
There
out
was the
that
Wii and the Wii U.
Never heard of the Wii Mini.
Neither have I. I
Listen
remember.
to this though.
Is a smaller redesigned Wii with a top-loading disk drive. In addition to the lack of GameCube support, the Wii Mini removes the Wi-Fi support and the online connectivity, along with the removal of the SD card slot. The thing sold for only $99.
So they remove everything. Why would you do that?
Though I don't think this
Right.
at least not for me.
I don't know. I just don't know.
Product that was put aside due to its quality. But who knows? Are there any Wii Mini deniers out there? Let me know in the comments if you guys remember anything different. It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown missing scene. This one comes to us from the Mandela Effect Reddit community reading. For some reason, this barely gets posted to, and it is, in my opinion, the biggest and most interesting Mandela Effect. Many people, including me, even though I must have been extremely young when I saw it, remember the Great Pumpkin rising from the ground at the end, but this never happens. This is so big for me because a lot of other Mandela
I remember that as well.
logical explanation, at least for me. Shazam is Kazam, Jiffy Peanut Butter, Jiffy Baking Mixes, etc. I feel like this Mandela Effect in particular doesn't have an obvious connection to it, which makes it so interesting to me. What are your thoughts on it? One reply states, no, not on board with this one. Others in this thread have already pointed out that what you are almost certainly remembering is either Snoopy rising up and being mistaken for the Great Pumpkin, or
Yeah,
most
that
likely
makes
the
sense.
Simpsons Treehouse of Horror episode where it actually happens. There's also a Robot Chicken episode where this happens.
What should we do?
You should let the Great Pumpkin eat you!
Charles Schultz, or Schultz,
creator of the series, whose last name really is a Mandela Effect, was a deeply religious man. The heavy-handed moral of the story is that Linus deceived himself into worshiping a false idol and missed his Halloween for nothing. If the Great Pumpkin had turned out to be real in some form, that would have severely undermined his message. What do you guys think about this one?
Pella fiberglass window material is impact resistant, warp resistant, and fade resistant. And it's 10 times stronger than Anderson Vibrex. Pella window replacement
Yeah,
on sale now.
Windows.
I'm your gummy bear. That sounds lovely at a concert. This is in reference to the popular YouTube version of the song. The post bringing it up states, "Me and my family members and close friends are freaking out over this. Remember the annoying gummy bear song? Well, me and the people I've asked have always remembered the title being I'm a Gummy Bear. On YouTube, it's titled The Gummy Bear Song, but on the official album, it is titled I Am Your Gummy Bear. In fact, in the beginning of the video on YouTube, it shows the album and its title, stating I Am Your Gummy Bear. Listen, I have tons of little cousins who listen to this song. I'm pretty sure I know the title and lyrics. So do the rest of the people I've talked to about this. If anybody can find some sort of residual evidence, it would be appreciated. Home Alone 1990. The post that brought this effect to us reads, any fans of Home Alone 1990 here? Do you guys remember this one? Or am I losing it? I've watched Home Alone pretty much every single year around Christmas time for almost 30 years now. I'm sure I'm not alone in the loving of this movie as one of the best Christmas films ever made. I know the film like the back of my hand. I could recite every line before it's even spoken. I have the film ingrained in my mind. I know a bunch of extraneous trivia about the film. Tonight, I decided to open up Blu-ray. The past decade or so, me watching it has been a digital rip that I probably downloaded, and back in the day, I could have watched it on TV or VHS. Anyways, there's a scene around 40 minutes into the movie where Kevin is almost hit by Marv and Harry as they're driving their van out to the street from a neighbor's driveway after robbing the house. They almost hit Kevin. The robbers exchange some words with him, and Kevin sees Harry's footsteps and gets spooked, and he begins running away from him once he realizes that they're following him. He runs to the church and hides himself in a nativity scene. As the robbers drive up to the church, they have the following dialogue that I seem to have remembered differently. Marv goes, maybe he went to the church. Harry then responds, I'm not going in there. Marv then says, me neither. Harry replies, let's get out of here. I could have sworn that Marv in his second line of the dialogue said, me neither, that place gives me the creeps. I remember always thinking about how weird it was that he seemed so freaked out about going into the church. As a kid, I reasoned that it was probably because they were bad guys, and that's being in a holy place would make them uncomfortable. When I saw the movie tonight and he didn't mention that, it immediately felt like something was missing. Now I'm questioning if he ever said that, or if I just imagined that he said something like that based on my implications of their dialogue. So I'm not absolutely 100% certain, but I was caught off guard enough to wonder if this was something else that people remember. One reply states, Googling the scripts for both movies, I searched the word creep and came up with two results in the first movie. Both were cases of Harry calling Kevin a creep, and no results in the second movie. Those script and the lines in a movie aren't always one-on-one. Side note, searching Home Alone creep comes up with a surprisingly rich amount of not safe for work results. Search at your own risk. John Deere. Do any of you guys recall John Deere being spelled this way? Well, if you do, you're in for a surprise because it actually contains
There's
the
an
letter
E at the
E at
end.
the end. Yeah.
Yeah.
It has always been spelled as John Deere with an extra E at the end. In this
Yeah, I knew that.
Mandela effect. One reply to this effect states, now I realize that most people remember this tractor manufacturer as John Deere, but I remember it without the E at the end, and found an unusual residual piece of evidence. In my hometown, there is a John Deere store. It is right off the main street. It sits at the top of a hill, and you have to take a long drive up to it. Because of this, the owners decided to call the driveway Deere Street. Yep, that's right, no E at the end. Though the John Deere sign on the store remains as it is now, with an extra E. I've asked a handful of people over the past few days, making sure not to load the question, i.e. not asking, do you remember the cornucopia on the Fruit of the Loom logo, but instead asking them to describe it to me without looking it up. Every single person described the fruit in either a cornucopia or a quote-unquote basket thing. I feel there isn't a plausible explanation for this Mandela effect. People say it's because you associate a pile of fruit with a cornucopia. However, being from the UK, I would not have made this association. Hey, Ariel here for the Book of Alice channel, with a deep dive on the fruit of the Loom Mandela effect, and all of the evidence found for it. This one's going to be pretty shocking to some, so consider sticking around. I hope everyone is having a good day so far. I found that getting some exercise doesn't hurt, and it's actually been improving my mornings. Cheers to that. But you know, everyone has a different circumstance, so feel more than free to vent about it in the comments. Anyways, this video touches on the fruit of the Loom logo, and the missing cornucopia most everyone remembers. Through my years of following the Mandela effect phenomenon, I found that most Mandela effects are controversial, as some find a reasonable explanation and settle the case with just that. But there is a single instance where this doesn't happen often, and that is where the fruit of the Loom logo comes in, as the majority agree that they remember a cornucopia sitting in the company logo. Today we go over the evidence provided to us by our friends on Reddit, Twitter, and put simply all across the internet. The simple explanation theory. This one puts forth the idea that the simplest answer is the right one, and that people are misremembering the logo with some other pop culture staple. Though this isn't quite the case for some, as the similar logo designs that some say they are mistaking them for are not as popular on the international level as some might think. And yes, they are popular outside of America.
Sie haben
There's no
the
popular
favor.
or competing brands that people are simply mistaking this for. Not to justify the phenomenon, at least. Unless you're an avid mega supporter, this isn't the case. Like this Reddit user puts it, the fruit of the Loom logo is literally how I learned what a cornucopia is. It may not be on the underwear, but at some points there was absolutely packaging or something with a cornucopia on it. I didn't see another cornucopia until the Hunger Games movie, and I remembered what it was because of the fruit of the Loom logo. Ant Bully. In the 2006 animated film Ant Bully, which is a blast of nostalgia for me, I don't know if anyone else remembers this film, there's a scene in which an underwear is shown, and on the tag is a reference to the fruit of the Loom logo, containing what? Yeah, a cornucopia. While finding this, I found a notable comment that seems to be consistent across the internet. Remember referring to the cornucopia as a quote-unquote loom, like this Reddit user puts it. This one bugs me to no end. I feel like we've all got the same memory of learning what a cornucopia was from the logo, or were corrected when we mistakenly called it a loom. I do not remember a cornucopia on the tag, but I do remember a commercial with fruit falling out of a cornucopia. Newspaper findings. Some have found quote-unquote residual evidence for this Mandela effect on old newspaper articles which had all mentioned the fruit of the Loom logo. One creepy finding is titled, "Well, it's corny and copious," stating, a fourth grade teacher in Brainerd, Minnesota, recently drew a corn of plenty on the blackboard and asked the class if anyone knew the correct name for it. One child raised his hand and answered, "I know, it's a fruit of the loom."
Just look for the mobile exclusive tag on thousands of hotels.
Why? Want to skip ads.
This newspaper article from the 90s reads, brands were chosen for slogan value. Fruit of the Loom, which offers a cornucopia label that echoes Readly's Fruit Basket. South Park. In 2012, South Park released the episode titled, "I Should Have Never Gone Ziplining," where they show Eric Cartman's underwear, and on the tag there's a Fruit of the Loom logo parody, which contains, you guessed it, a cornucopia. The knockoff explanation. Some believe that the reason for this misconception is because the logos containing the cornucopias did in fact exist, but they were knockoffs with subtle logo changes. Though this doesn't serve as a reasonable explanation due to the fact that Fruit of the Loom is already relatively affordable. It's not Nike or Adidas. The profit margin wouldn't be much. I mean, they sell them at Walmart. Even then, nobody has come up with a picture showing off the legitimate tag that displays a cornucopia and the logo, at least none that are 100% reliable. Frank West's damning evidence. In 1973, Frank West released an album, the cover parodying the Fruit of the Loom logo, titled Flute of the Loom. Now, someone was able to track down the person who created his album cover, and found that they are Mandela Effect believers. The Reddit post discovering this states, "One piece of residue you may be aware of is the Fruit of the Loom album by Frank West. I learned the artist behind the album cover was a man named Ellis Chappell. He still has a studio website, so I decided to fill out the website for him and see what he had to say. Here is what I sent him. Hi, are you the person who painted the album artwork for Flute of the Loom? Would it be alright if we asked you a couple of questions about your inspiration for the design? Thank you. Name redacted. I received a reply the next day from Reed Chappell, Ellis' son. Hi, redacted. This is Reed, Ellis' son, responding for my dad here. I remember the cornucopia specifically, as does my dad. This is the second time we've been contacted about this album cover, and Ellis and I are more than happy to answer any questions you have about it. I was a little kid when Ellis painted the Flute of the Loom cover, and I remember specifically this album being a reference to the cornucopia and Fruit of the Loom's original logo, which is where my dad says he specifically got the inspiration for the design. When I talked to him about it, he said, "Why the hell else would I have used a cornucopia? The food coming out of the flutes is soul food, actually. A ham hock, cabbage, black-eyed peas, etc. I remember when, in my mind, the Fruit of the Loom quit using a cornucopia in their logo and switched to just using fruit by itself. It impressed me because I thought the logo looked better with a cornucopia in it. In my memories, this was roughly around 1978 when I was in second grade. So anyways, feel free to ask away. Reading this, it seems that they had no idea that the logo never contained a cornucopia in the entirety of the company's existence. Just like a lot of other people, they believed that it did in fact exist, but was simply changed by the company. Here are Q&A responses from the artist himself. Do you know for certain that there was a cornucopia? There had to be. I would have no reason to paint the image that way if there had not been a cornucopia. The flute takes the place of the cornucopia, but it would not make any sense at all if there had not been a cornucopia to begin with. It's a take off the label, so it has to resemble the label substantially, otherwise it would make no sense. Did you draw/paint this album cover from memory, or did you have a photo, print, or clothing item you used as reference? I think I had a t-shirt with the Fruit of the Loom label that I looked at for reference. I used to have, in fact, I still have a lot of them, file folders with images, such as a folder for musical instruments, or a folder for trucks or automobiles. But this piece was primarily made from my imagination, other than looking at the Fruit of the Loom label. The leaf theory. Many suggest that the brown leaf in one of the variations of the logo could have been mistaken as a cornucopia, leading to this massive misconception, though the leaves and positions therein do not resemble a cornucopia, at least not to the majority of believers. I'd also like to point out the argument that states the only reason we remember a cornucopia is because we associate them with a bundle of fruit due to the Thanksgiving holiday. Though wouldn't this mean that we would associate other logos that contain fruits with cornucopias? And what about the people who remember the cornucopia that don't live in the United States of America? What are they confusing it with? And why don't they confuse it with another item, like for instance a brown barrel, a fruit basket, a bowl, or simply a brown bag? Why is it always remembered as a cornucopia? What do you guys think about this? Man, I swear I remember a Fruit of the Loom commercial from when I was younger where dudes were ultra stubbed as the fruits and they literally stood in front of one of these with a white background all around them. I for sure recall this commercial. I was grapes for Halloween once. Do any of you guys recall this commercial? Is this lost media or a Mandela effect? This last piece of quote-unquote evidence comes in the form of a trademark filed by the Fruit of the Loom company. If you take a look at the details, it lists the logo as having a cornucopia alongside the fruits, though the official art above has no cornucopia on sight. Though if we take a closer look, it does say that the trademark was then cancelled. Or did the Mandela effect erase the original logo from our history? Funny enough, Fruit of the Loom changed their logo to include a cornucopia on April Fool's Day 2022, updating their website to show their recreation. Though most say that they didn't recreate the logo well. Something to note is that the cornucopia found in the popular image used the most to depict the Mandela effect was simply taken from a stock image website. With little effort, someone was able to perfectly recreate the logo everyone remembers. SpongeBob character designs. I found this one on Reddit, posted by Skylanders Kirby about a month ago, regarding Mr. Krabs and the detail about his character design, surrounding his eyelid or eyes. Now, go ahead and picture him in your head. Do you remember Mr. Krabs simply having eyelids, or does he also have pronounced eyelashes? Well, apparently, he does have eyelashes.
which has astounded some people who remember Mr. Krabs only having eyelids that would cover the top portion of his eyes. But this isn't the case in most of the episodes he's depicted in. These three little eyelash things have always been on there. Another Mandela effect regarding the animated series points to Sandy Cheeks and her character design, specifically an object on her person that people vividly remember. That's being a white's backpack, presumably being her oxygen tank, as she is a squirrel living in the ocean. She needs to breathe, of course. But this isn't the case, as throughout her numerous appearances, she is never shown sporting a white backpack or anything else on her back that would appear to be an oxygen tank. Do any of you guys strongly recall this feature on her character? Or maybe you remember them being shown a certain way at least once and have evidence. Kanye West's album. This one pertains to legendary producer and writer Kanye West and his sophomore album, Late Registration, which is personally my favorite out of his discography. The Reddit post bringing this up 6 years ago states, I distinctly remember Kanye West's album cover for Late Registration. The bear looked straight at me in the original, or in my version of the album cover, that I remember. But, as of now, the bear's looking off to the side, and it has this weird kind of distorted look on its face. A similar look that I can see with the Mona Lisa painting. The face just looks off, like a glitch or something. Maybe artists from the past or the other dimensions slash timelines understood a method of drawing that we can't comprehend anymore. But all of the theories aside, I know for a fact that the bear was just looking directly straight on the cover, and he used to have a mellow and humble expression on his face. What happened? Evidence and music video. This entry is in reference to the broadband The Internet Killed the Video Star music video, made in the year 2000. In the video, they make tons of reference to pop culture and media that were popular at the time. Eerily enough, there are two Mandela effects able to be found in this video, the first being the Pikachu one. Many remember Pikachu having a black tip at the end of his tail, although he has never had one, according to Pokemon history. But if we take a look at the poster behind the computer, there we see the Pikachu that so many remember. The second Mandela effect found in the music video is the Britney Spears red plaid skirt mystery, as some remember Britney wearing a red plaid skirt in her Hit Me Baby music video. You know, the one where she dresses up as a schoolgirl? Apparently, it was never red, but actually just black. Though this music video from the year 2000, the parody cartoon of Britney Spears, is sporting a red plaid skirt, the way many remember it. Is this evidence, or simply acknowledging that we have always misremembered it?
Stay 2 nights and get 5,000 bonus points. Book direct at bestwestern.com.
We're living in the fucked up parallel Earth lol. Lol. It randomly reviews the chat. Yeah, figures. Annihilation Proclamation is my message to the East.
Old dishwashers. Very hard water, even when you skip the rinse. Its new CycleSync technology releases the right ingredient at the right time.
Missing Squidward scene. There's a scene some remember from the series depicting Squidward walking into the Krusty Krab and grabbing his hat from a coat rack, turning around in a circle, then proceeding to take off, placing it back on the coat rack, and exiting the establishment, poking fun or simply making a reference to the Simpsons episode Bart After Dark, in which Abraham Simpson enters a house and exits
I didn't
it
tell you to say
immediately after
anything.
spotting grandson Bart. This scene was used by many people online as a basis for reaction gifs, where they illustrate people or groups backing out of a tricky, toxic, or alarming situation. But it turns out this scene doesn't exist. Scouring the internet, you only come across a few still images of Squidward leaving the Krusty Krab and Simpson gifs, but that's pretty much it. Do you guys think this was confused with the Abe Simpson meme, since both are pretty iconic animated shows, or did this never exist in the first place? The Google logo. Look at every letter in the Google logo. You'll notice that one is slanted upwards, possibly the letter E. Yeah, some recall the Google logo being as straightforward as possible, simply the words spelled out with their iconic colors being their quote-unquote special thing. Though the only time that this was the case was back in 1998. I wasn't even alive then. Yet I still don't remember the E being slanted at the end, but what do I know? I have false memory. Let's see how others remember it. Does anyone else remember the letter E in the Google logo having a horizontal bar instead of a slanted one? I opened up YouTube on my phone and the splash page had Google's logo, but the E looked different. I remember the E being perfectly parallel with the baseline the word is written on, not slanted. Granted, if this is a recent change in the standard Google logo, I may have not noticed, as I use DuckDuckGo. I think most people just overlook the subtle details in the logos, although many stand their ground as to what they remember, like me, who grew up with the slanted E always being there, but never noticed it. The oldest recorded Mandela effect. This one comes from Reddit, posted by user 1961 days ago. The post states, possible earliest case of the Mandela effect, reported by Carl Jung. Now, if you don't know, Carl Jung was a Swiss psychiatrist and psychoanalyst who founded analytical psychology. Jung's work has been influential in many fields, even founding the theory of the collective unconscious. He believed that human beings are connected to each other and their ancestors through a shared set of experiences. We use this collective unconscious to make choices, even though we are not aware as to the reasons why. For example, the shared experience of people being afraid of certain animals. Listen to this passage from his book. Where he says,
battery.
a Mandela effect type experience. I retain the most distinct memory of the mosaic of Peter sinking, and to this day can see every detail before my eyes. The blue of the sea, individual chips of the mosaic, the inscribed scrolls proceeding from the mouth of Peter and Christ, which I attempted to decipher. After we left the baptistry, I went promptly to Alinari to buy photographs of the mosaics, but could not find any. Time was pressing. This was only a short visit, and so I postponed the purchase until later. I thought I might order the pictures from Zurich. When I got back home, I asked an acquaintance who was going back to Ravenna to obtain the pictures for me. He could not locate them though, for he discovered that the mosaics I described did not exist. Meanwhile, I had already spoken at a seminar about the original conception of baptism, and on this occasion had only mentioned the mosaics that I had seen in the baptistry of the Orthodox. The memory of those pictures is still vivid to me. The lady who had been there with me long refused to believe that what she had seen with her own eyes had not existed. As we know, it is very difficult to determine whether and to what extent two persons simultaneously see the same thing. In this case, however, I was able to ascertain that at least the main features of what we both saw had been the same. The experience in Ravenna is among the most curious events in my life. It can scarcely be explained. Wow, what a moving passage. What are your perceptions about this entry? American Psycho. If you don't know Patrick Bateman by now, you've probably been avoiding TikTok, as his presence and lifestyle has been gamified and glorified by the Sigma Grandsit culture. This Mandela effect pertains to his infamous facial expression that he does, the I'm not impressed look. Well, some remember him raising his eyebrows and wrinkling his forehead when doing
I
it,
like how you have support structure in the mine.
Take a look at people doing the
Oh yeah, we found this mine.
Though this one's a bit of a nitpick, and it's
So we're
simply a
just
facial
stripping it.
expression, and those could change really fast throughout an entire movie. He could have done this in different scenes, or done it really fast, and that's where people picked it up. But I don't know. Now there are 3 Mandela effects affecting the game Monopoly. Many years ago, many of us here, including myself, experienced the Monopoly man going from having a monocle to not having a monocle. Then a couple of months ago, auctions appeared in the game for the first time for some people. Auctions were always in the game for me though. Plus I have learned from being a moderator here, not all the Mandela effects affect people that experience the Mandela effect. Within the past few days, the Monopoly man's name changed from Uncle Moneybags to Uncle Pennybags. This is my second one relating to Monopoly to experience. My question is, does anyone have any theories on why there are 3 Mandela effects relating to Monopoly? A1 steak sauce. This one is in regards to one of my favorite condiments, A1 steak sauce. It's bussin' on a well done sirloin. Now, do you guys remember the steak sauce logo looking something like this, with a dash in between the A and the 1? Well, a lot of people do, and I'm surprised to find that there was never a dash in the middle, but was separated by periods instead. Do any of you guys remember it this way? I don't know. This one seems like a simple mix-up for another brand name, but who knows?
Do you want me to show you the reaction? Because all of them are like, wow. Once they scan the QR code, they're able to go into the Ripples app and upload a picture from either their photo album or if they want to take like a live picture with their friends. And then they upload it to our machine and we can print it on any flat surface.
We print on it, people take photos, they tag them, they post them. So this is my marketing at the end of the day.
Betterment is the investing platform that helps you be invested in whatever you care about. Be invested in big bike trades, or even bigger bike trades, and shiny new grills, or shiny new grills. Betterment, the automated investing app that makes it easy to be invested.
What if the Mandela effect is an AI changing information? Is this even possible? Well, Project Maven was already being used by the military back in 2017, which was about 5 years ago. The Defense Department's most prominent AI technology, Project Maven, was made to scan full motion videos and images from drones and other surveillance equipment to identify potential threats. Additionally, it aims to hasten the military's adoption of artificial intelligence. The Sentience World Simulation, CEAS, Synthetic Environments for Analysis and Simulations, is currently being used by Homeland Security and the United States Defense Department to simulate crisis on the U.S. mainland. It can currently execute real-time simulations for up to 62 countries, including China, Iraq, and Afghanistan. Breaking news, census information, economic indicators, and real-world climactic occurrences, along with other military intelligence. And Google gave its AI called DeepMind administrative access to their servers back in 2016, about 6 years ago. So all that considered, it seems highly likely that AI is more advanced than they're telling us. What if one of the many AIs that have access to servers and online information is changing information to test how the human population responds to it? What if the government or military is using an AI to do this in order to test their capacities, or to test the limits of their abilities, to change the information and to sway the perception of the masses? For those that don't think that the government or military would orchestrate a project that malicious, let's not forget about Operation Northwoods, Project MK Ultra, Operation Mockingbird, and the Tuskegee experiments. Missing FNAF scene. Five Nights at Freddy's is one of the most iconic games on the internet. Created by Scott Cawthon, he would develop a cult fan base for the series. This entry is in regards to an infamous screenshot from the game that many have investigated and found that it was never in the game, nor in the trailers, as some like to argue. The image presents all three characters, Freddy, Chica, and Bonnie, staring menacingly at the player, though something looks completely off. People claim to have seen this shot while playing the game, but internet investigators decided to go through all the builds and pictures in-game and found nothing similar. There's no move or action you could do to make this screen pop up. Do any of you remember this screen? Ariel, the mermaid character. Some remember that Ariel the mermaid was wearing two starfishes at the top, and it was really stupid. I even remember watching the video of a dude saying that starfish have their mouths on the underside, so when Ariel has her bra on, the starfish's mouths were on her, you know what. I don't know, maybe it's just us. Just want to know if you guys remember her having starfishes.
Plus she had like
to be honest, I don't
shells.
recall them ever being starfishes, but maybe some of you do.
I thought she had
remember them
shells
being
on her
purple
titties.
seashells, if anything. But it depends on the version you watch. Funny enough, while finishing the entry, I came across the post this person is most likely referring to, with 10,000 upvotes. The keyword is some. In this post, reading, in some cartoons, mermaids use starfish as bras. Starfish have their mouth in the center of their underside. This is your brain on drugs commercial. I can't say the word because, you know, it's YouTube, but you probably know the commercials. They show an egg and crack it into a frying pan and say, this is your brain on drugs. Any questions? Like this user's watching the video on YouTube shows the same scenario. Right after they say this is your brain, they point to the frying pan and say, this is the drugs. Then crack the egg in it. I definitely don't ever remember them making that comment in the middle.
How about anyone else? One comment states, I don't remember it either, but they probably made multiple edits of it in different lengths. All commercials do that, but I don't remember the frying pan being called a drug. This person remembers it as, this is your brain. Pause approximately 5 seconds. This is your brain on drugs. Any questions? Exactly. Even in the movie slash documentary Have a Good Trip, this is the wording they use. Another reply states, I went back and watched the commercial, and that's pretty much how I remembered it. But I don't remember him calling the pan, it's like I only remember the tagline. To be fair, there are variations of the commercial online. Different ones were made, with some even including in extended cuts, though all of them refer to the pan as drippings, which does puzzle some people. iCarly's first episode. This one comes from Reddit and it states, being a kid when the first episode aired, iPilot in 2006, I was eager to watch. I watched the episode, which is still available wherever you can stream the show. However, I have a vivid memory that at the very beginning of the episode, just before it jumped to a commercial break, there was a scene with Carly and Freddie, where Freddie went up to Carly and said something along the lines of, do you want to make out in the hall? After Freddie said this, Carly rolled her eyes or said no, can't remember exactly. And then the episode ended. As the years went on, with the reruns, and now streaming, that scene is completely gone from the episode. I've never seen it again, except for the very first airing. I really don't think I'm imagining it, and I would like to know if anyone has a recording of the very first time the episode was aired on Nickelodeon, or remembers this scene as well. Thanks. I didn't really watch iCarly growing up, so I can't really relate to this one, but it seems from posts that
Where you at, Windsor?
people do vividly remember this scene.
I was adding more to the bridge.
I watched the episode of iCarly on some streaming service probably in 2020. I remember the apartment I lived in that year, and I absolutely remember not only seeing this, but being surprised that I watched the show so young, and my mom still let me watch it if they had comments like that, because my mom was so sensitive to adult stuff. This definitely was a real thing. A Mandela Effect and a SpongeBob episode. So I remember an episode from SpongeBob. It's called Krusty Towers, and if you've seen it, you know there's one Krusty Tower. But I remember there being two towers joined together like a complex. And it makes more sense for the episode to be called Krusty Towers if there are two towers. Like I legit remember there being two towers in that episode. One reply states, I just looked it up, you're right. The episode is called Krusty Towers. Interesting, I don't have a memory attached to this episode, as I have never seen it, but I will do more research on it later, to see if anyone else remembers like you do. I will also ask my nephew, is this much Green Lantern with White Shoes? This one comes to us from user Feature Glow. Reading, I've always remembered Green Lantern with White Shoes until today. When my brother was drawing Green Lantern and he drew Green Lantern's shoes green, I was confused, and it turns out it's always been green and never white. I immediately checked the McDonald's Green Lantern toys, and they all had green shoes, to my surprise. I remember them being white though. Am I the only one who remembers them as being white? I googled and saw several toys of Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern, with white boots, and I managed to find one comic image of Hal Jordan with white boots, and a few other comic covers with other but A Bug's Life 2. You guys may remember the Pixar classic A Bug's Life. Though it didn't garnish as much attention as Cars or Toy Story, it for sure was on replay in my household growing up. Now, I do not recall this, but some remember there being a sequel to the film. Yeah, some remember watching A Bug's Life 2. Not only that, some recall seeing posters and advertisements for the movie. Interesting enough, they are working on a sequel as of now, and are on track to release the movie sometime around 2023. I'm thinking some may be confusing the film with another movie called Ants, revolving around insects as well, though that would be a massive mistake, as this one is not made by Pixar, but rather DreamWorks. Zero changed from The Nightmare Before Christmas. This entry is in reference to Zero, Jack's ghost star in the movie. Now, if you watch the film, picture him in your head. What is on the tip of his nose? Leave a comment of what you think it is, if you want. Now, you remember him having a round, red, glowing nose? A nod to Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer? If you answered yes, you may be surprised to find out that he actually has a jack-o'-lantern for a nose. Yeah, he was never depicted in the film sporting a simple red glowing nose. It never happened. He simply had a jack-o'-lantern for a nose, and he was just chill like that, I guess. One user stated, this is one of my favorite films of all time, and I don't remember Zero having a pumpkin nose. I remember it being a glowing red circle. I thought it was cool because it was a little reference to Rudolph. I think that it's possible that that detail was so small that most of us didn't notice it was a Japanese. But I'm sure we all know Rudolph, which inclines us to think that it's red and glowing. I definitely thought it was like Rudolph's nose too, but looking back at it, I can see how easily I could have been mistaken. Coke Zero. This is one that has personally affected me, as I cold-heartedly visually remember the product and logo being Coke Zero, not Coca-Cola Zero. And I could picture that logo in my brain easily. But no, it has always been Coca-Cola Zero apparently. I found a post that I could relate to on Reddit stating, this is another one I remember, as if it happened yesterday. When I would go to grocery stores or stores in general, I noticed the logo in front had changed to Coca-Cola Zero. I thought nothing of it. Just thought of it as a brand change, but it's not. I've seen a few people mention it and skeptics try to debunk it, saying common things such as it's a brand change. The logo hasn't changed though. It's in the back in small letters. They are referring to this small logo near the ingredients on the bottle. That does present the logo and the way that many remember it, with the words simply being Coke and Zero. So we know for a fact that this logo did in fact exist, but it wasn't the main logo as we recall. The post states, that logo was only ever printed in a tiny space on the back where the ingredients and such are. We are looking for main labeling on the front or sides that may say Coke Zero. Never existed. I'm just saying, it definitely existed as a logo. Oh yeah, I don't think there's an argument of that. And no doubt you can go out and see it right now. Big. That is the absence of the main labeling all over the front. I don't think there's at all, ever, but the giant 2-liter plastic bottles I feel like we used to have just Coke Zero printed when I was coming up. Not a 100% sure from me though, by any means. Judge Judy Gavel flip-flop. So here's one that some claim has flip-flop, a term used to explain a Mandela effect that has changed multiple times. Back in 2016, there were many Mandela effect videos that existed, and in those videos I remember them covering the Judge Judy Mandela effect, stating that she never had a gavel in the show, although people remembered it that way. Well, it actually does, and it has many things done multiple times. The beauty is that this was always the case. People remembered it because it actually happened. But when the discussion of this Mandela effect was brought up, there weren't many people avidly seeking an episode with the gavel to prove it wrong. What do you guys think about this? I remember it being mentioned in my way back. And so I looked at the comments, and what do you know? Some were denying its existence at all. Some even attempting to explain it away as well. Not sure if this is anyone but me, but when Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas first came out, I thought it was a cover of a much older song. A few of my cadences were different, which would be understandable if it was a cover. I knew I'd heard the song before though. I thought maybe the original was Dolly Parton or someone sounding familiar. But no, it's Mariah Carey, and I'm very proud. Does anyone else firmly believe Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas was a cover? It doesn't feel like a 90s song, I'll give it that. It does harken back to a different time to me. I could have sworn I heard my husband say it was a cover, and he's basically a walking music. I'll have to ask him.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to attend the opening ceremony on the Seine River flowing through the heart of Paris. With different options to share an unforgettable moment. Bridge 360, a unique hospitality concept bringing the classic Parisian brasserie atmosphere to the Alma Bridge. With incredible panoramic views of Paris.
No. Give a fuck about going to Paris.
Huh?
I don't give a fuck about going to Paris.
Oh, Paris is in fucking trouble right now. Turning into a shithole.
I took it upon myself to mindlessly scroll through the jungle of the internet to find new, or at least interesting aspects of certain Mandela effects that you may have not heard of before. Now, this may mean that some people just think that certain issues are plain dumb, and I don't blame you one bit, though it may also cause others to re-question their memory and existence. Either way, this is the video for the Mandela channel, because it's been 22 interesting Mandela effects. Let's see. Super Mario Bros. So if you're into the Mario franchise and have played the original Super Mario Bros. On the NES, do you remember the first level of the game containing the infamous Piranha Plant? Well, some recall that after conquering over the first 3 empires in the game, the second one would surprise them because out popped the Piranha.
What's going on in Paris?
So this isn't the case.
Oh, they were having fucking riots all fucking last year and
Mhm.
shit.
And they've imported a lot of yeah, colorful people. Let's just put it that way.
Piranhas do not come out of any of the pipes. Reddit users replied to this effect to state, I remember seeing screens where there were only plants on 2 of the 3 pipes, but I thought that it was the first one that didn't have a plant. There was a collection of NES games for the Super Nintendo called Super Mario All-Stars. The graphics had just cool stuff to show off the new system. Maybe they threw in some new enemies to show off its better processor, and to make them more challenging for an audience who would have already had at least one of them memorized. Memories can bleed, but I distinctly remember my dad watching.
Oh yeah, no assimilation.
If you're touching a pipe, the piranha plant won't pop up. My sister is touching a pipe, she's about to jump on it, and my dad says, stop. That plant don't exist.
You can't just suddenly be anything.
I was sure it was in level 1, but I could be wrong. I'm 35 years old, and this is my first game I played hundreds of times. I know all levels, and the second plant was in the level 1 for sure. I had played the game with my boy in 2015 and 26 on an old Sega, and he couldn't pass the first level. The flower got him every time. For that, I am sure that it was the flower in level 1, and nobody can change my mind. That comment was gold. Had to add it in. But do any of you guys remember there being a piranha plant in the first level? Let us know in the comments. Anybody remember the Taco Bell sauce packets? I'm 100% sure that the Taco Bell in New York City and packets in the early 2000s, circa 2009, and then they got rid of them when either Fire came out or Diablo was released. I don't remember which. I saw another Reddit post saying, we have been the regional fish fry.
I can't go to Russia and be suddenly Russian.
But I can't find a picture of one. So if anyone has
Same applies to America, fuckers.
can you please link it? You'll find I don't have any pictures, but I remember the progressions went mild, medium, hot. Then when Fire was released, they dropped medium. I was bummed because that was my go-to many times when I was growing up. This happened well before 2009, likely the 90s or 2004. An interesting thing to note, so they do have mild, but they also have medium like the Reddit post. The only difference is that it comes in a jar form, not in the original sauce packets. This means that it could have existed in a small packet form, or if it did, it would have had to been undocumented for years, because none of the recorded mild sauce packets produced ever had the word medium labeled on it. Metal cannot go in the microwave. This Mandela effect comes to us from TikTok, where many people recall that putting any sort of metal in the microwave was a no-no growing up. That it would cause the microwave to blow up or for it to spark. Some even recorded themselves heating up metal pork in the microwave, showing us that nothing really happens if you do so. Some recall that as children they would accidentally leave a fork in the microwave, and it would cause a spark and left a burn mark on the metal utensil. But when they go and do it now, nothing happens. Though many people say that they are getting metals mixed with aluminum in this case, due to the fact that certain aluminum products will spark and ignite fire if heated in a microwave oven. Though this is on a case-by-case basis, as some things won't catch on fire and others will. Like this TikToker said, my microwave caught on fire before we can play.
I need to sit up. Oof.
Evidence of the reality shift going on. Do any of you guys remember this precaution, or do you conclude that it may just depend on the type of microwave you have and the metal you're heating up? Let us know in the comments. Rereading the book 1984 by George Orwell, I thought I'd share a quote from it that I find interesting. The past, he reflected, had not merely been altered, it had been actually destroyed. For how could you establish even the most obvious fact when there existed no record outside of your own memory? Sound familiar? This goes so well with the Mandela effect, and I often feel this way with the Mandela effect. FOMO. How can I possibly prove that what I'm remembering was a fact for me at one time if there is no record of it outside of my memory? The answer is I can't. the box, revealing a single screen inside of it, calming his thinking. Only for the ending to reveal that the box was a secret compartment that stored SpongeBob's embarrassing photo. But the photo is never revealed anywhere else in the timeline, not even at the end. Yet, it is strange to remember an image depicting SpongeBob in a Santa outfit being shown at the end. One poster states, I remember the photo of that one SpongeBob episode, so I think everyone remembers the SpongeBob episode where Patrick has a secret box with the embarrassing Christmas photo.
Tired of this third world problem where they come to us for help and our nationality being erased.
It was attached to a tree, and the photo showed SpongeBob wearing a Santa outfit. I also think it was in front of one of those football stadiums on the show.
I was tired of everything all day. I was having a terrible day.
Mm-hmm.
Another post reads, the embarrassing picture of SpongeBob at Christmas. I'm 24, but as a kid, when that episode was released, I'm sure that they actually showed the picture of SpongeBob at the Christmas party that was in Patrick's secret box at the very end of the episode. Now, when they show the episode, it isn't there anymore. No one I know remembers it, but I swear it was there. Does anyone else remember this? Someone goes on to describe it. Pretty sure they showed it. I think it depicts a close-up of him ripping his pants with his writing mistake coming through. He's spilling a large bowl of eggnog all over his hands while he looks back at his pants in horror. There's some sort of chaos in the background. I vaguely remember seeing Squidward.
Okay, time to move, time to move, time to move.
Oh man, we're gonna need more food.
I'm down deep, Lindsay.
Are you now?
Yep.
Way down in the jungle deep.
Well, I a threefold way of viewing Jesse anyways, fellow citizen, your soul as human and then friend and everything else. I have a threefold or more view asterisk.
Did you find any more,
I gotta go,
goodies?
Whoa, 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 yes. I gotta go. Run. Down in here.
Run, bitch.
Yep. Too much down there. Okay, sorry to be retarded for a minute. Yeah, I got a little bit of redstone. Got 2 diamonds. No idea where I am. Very deep.
Oh, I hate that.
And I do have 10 torches left, okay.
Because of the snow, I can't tell if it's night or day.
Just getting to bed.
Oh. Oh, there's a polar bear down there that just spawned. That motherfucker.
Think about your kidneys and where they're located on your body. Are you guessing that they're somewhere on the lower back of your body? You've learned this and have even seen it in one of those torso models in school, right? Well, they're actually not located there. Instead, they're found on the middle part of the torso, somewhere near the lungs. Yeah, they're not in our lower back, that's some recall. One Reddit user states, in middle school, I am 27, female. My teacher had a torso model in which you could take apart parts out. And I specifically remember having to take off the very small intestines to get to the kidneys, and which were located in the lower back. I believe that the reason why we recall it being in the lower back is because of the pain correlation. As according to Cleveland Clinic, kidney pain is often felt in your sides, back, belly, or groin. It's often mistaken for back pain. Kidney pain can be caused by kidney stones, kidney infection, an injury, or kidney cancer, but that's just one explanation. This one I agree is confused by enough people to possibly be a Mandela effect. I'm 36, and I remember in movies like Rocky and The Kickboxer where people were called for kidney shots, and it always seemed to be a punch in the lower back.
right above the hip. I was surprised by anatomical models later in life from the equipment so high. 7-Eleven. You probably know this convenience store, either in real life or have seen it in popular media. Now, how do you remember the logo? Simply a big 7 and the word 11 spelled out in all capital letters, right? Well, no, and the letter N is lowercase, which some may call it being the opposite to N capitalized, though the only time case was back in 1946 through 1969, not recently, as most would call it. Do you remember all the letters in the logo being capitalized? Lucy, you got some explaining to do. This has to be one of the most popular lines we use in multiple pieces of media, standing alongside quotes like Luke has no father or life is like a box of chocolates. Deriving from the 1950s sitcom I Love Lucy, the quote was attributed to Cuban bandleader Ricky Ricardo, explaining the action. The quote, you remember, Dave, Lucy got some explaining to do, referenced numerous times in pop culture. It becomes
Fuck!
sentence was never uttered in the show's beginning. Not even again, time to have watched it.
Okay, there goes all my shit.
The line doesn't appear.
I just fell through something into the darkness.
Okay, Lucy, explain. And all right, start explaining.
God damn it.
Whatever the original line when you remember. So what is
I
this?
gotta turn this shit off. Where the fuck was I? A million miles down in a fucking ditch. That's where I was.
Yeah, I hate that 'cause I've done that.
This one. Is that that one? Came back this way, went down this way. How am I gonna get down there? Holy shit, that's all water down there? How the fuck am I gonna get back up? Where's my shit? Ooh, is this my shit? Oh god, thank you. Do I have a torch? No, of course I don't have a torch. Why would I have a torch? I thought it'd save my ass if I had a torch. Alright, let's turn up this light so I can see the best I can in the dark here. That old stupid ass. Very careful. Don't get deaded. Damn, once see this shit go deep.
Go very deep.
Yeah, we should do this like it just keeps going.
Like a never-ending howl.
The fuck is that?
Yeah, you have to go philosophically deep. I have been in this situation though, where you had all these things and then you lost them. It's
Oh,
a
hell
horrible
yeah.
feeling.
It sucks ass, dude. Especially when it's like
It's
you're going
almost
just
like
deeper
stock
and deeper
market.
and deeper underground. Oh, believe me, dude, don't even bring that up. I invested in
Ugh.
MMET, and then they did something illegal, and then like all my money was gone.
What?
Yeah, exactly. Welcome to my world.
And by Dynamics.
That's why I'd never take anyone's advice in the stock market. That's when I started losing money immediately.
Yeah.
Everybody's an expert.
Lol. He ruined crypto just by taking office.
Oh yeah.
We're living in the fucked up parallel Earth lol. And Bidenomics. Lol. He ruined crypto just by taking office. And Trump was more like, I don't trust crypto 'cause it follows the market.
I got 3 more diamonds.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm. We're up past the we're up past a stack of red dusties too, so that's good because we're out of that at the fucking castle.
I think as soon once it hits daytime, I'll go back in the mine. Just planting some more
You're gonna need
bamboo
more torches.
farms.
I used them all because it just keeps going down and down and down. Oops. Stop doing that. Stop making me run before you make me fucking run off the fucking bridge. Stupid fucking game, I swear to God. I ain't pointing over anywhere, bitch. We got 6 full stacks of iron.
Damn. Where should I put? Should I put the dirt?
On the far right one.
Okay.
Put the dirt with the tools and a little bit of cobblestone because they're already useful. Like immediately useful, you know?
Okay, got that.
I'm going to find something a little more interesting.
Oh, good, it's almost day.
Skip all kinds of stuff. Forget. No judgment at all.
I need more sticks.
This one's a double dip. Even your friend's finger. Call now and get your tip today. Tip Schmidt. Saucy Spence here to elevate your food with bitchin' sauce. It's a sauce. You feel like you're missing out on the spice of life? You can spread this sauce on anything. Oh, that's it right there. Would you look at that? Culinary. Hey, this is gonna be a fun one. Excellent. It's a dip. Pizza. Hot dog. Woohoo! What a rascal. In there, turkey. The world's most delicious dip.
Alright, Lindsay, check out this one because I'm going to do some up here stuff for a while, just because claustrophobia and I'd like to be able to see.
Sure.
With my eyeballs and stuff.
With your eyeballs. I get it.
You know, buy the sauce, put it in your fridge, invite your friends over, and make it to a party. And this guy doesn't party, I party all the time. Get the sauce, get the sauce.
Cartoons, the king of children's entertainment media for almost a century at this point. These animated stories allowed for a medium of expression never before seen in the world of TV and film. Exaggerated character designs, anthropomorphic animals, bizarre and stylized worlds, simple lessons and morals, slapstick comedy, they had it all. And over the years, this medium has evolved quite a bit, from short black and white Mickey Mouse animations to the titans of the modern day, like SpongeBob SquarePants and Regular Show. And of course, cartoons aren't just for kids anymore. Some of the most popular series, in fact, are aimed at adult and teenage audiences, like The Simpsons, Family Guy, Rick and Morty, etc.
I think I'm gonna go back over to where I drop off where the chicken machine is, because I know there's a lot of livestock down there. So we're gonna need more food eventually.
Why do you worry about food so much? It's a video game, you don't starve to death. Or you do, but it's stupid.
Yeah, but when you're down to 3 drumsticks and you're trying to run like hell, kind of make things a little difficult.
Yeah, that's true.
Level 1. Above.
Exactly, especially when especially if you're out at night and you got a horde chasing you.
So to start it all off, we've got a SpongeBob theory here. Get used to it, there's a ton on this list, unsurprisingly. And this one is honestly pretty convincing, because the town that SpongeBob and his friends live in, Bikini Bottom, may be named after the Bikini Atoll, which is a coral reef located near the Marshall Islands. Why is this important? Well, this location was actually used for nuclear weapons testing in the 40s and 50s. Maybe this is why there are talking fish and other strange creatures in Bikini Bottom, which could be located just under the atoll. Maybe the sea creatures and other life became mutated thanks to the nuclear testing. Not sure exactly how a sponge becoming sentient fits into that, but I guess that radiation hitting different out here. Ed, Edd n Eddy Purgatory Theory. Definitely the most discussed Ed, Edd n Eddy theory, and one I remember hearing about all the time back in the day with those top 10 theory videos. Obviously, if you've seen the show, you know it stars the Eds, of course, as well as a bunch of other kids that live in a cul-de-sac. However, the world besides them is pretty much oddly empty. Adults or parents are rarely ever seen in the show, so this theory posits that the cul-de-sac is essentially a purgatory, and all the characters are kids who died, with all of them also being from a different time period, going from the early 1900s all the way up to the 1800s, along with the same and was killed in a stampede. Johnny died in 1922 after a battle with tuberculosis, apparently, taking his friend Plank, a piece of wood, with him into the afterlife. Then there's Eddie, who moved to the town of Peach Creek with his family during the Great Depression, also trying to scam people and make easy money. And just like the show, all the other kids in the cul-de-sac hated him and eventually got fed up with his scams and chased him out of the town and into a lake where he ended up drowning. Next are the siblings Ed and Sarah, who both died in a car accident in 1953. Naz is killed by a serial killer for some reason in the 1960s. Double D dies due to an accident with a chemistry experiment in the 70s. Kevin was beaten to death by his abusive parents in the 90s. And then lastly, Jimmy died in the early 2000s of some sort of illness. Now, is there any truth to this whatsoever, or is this just a creepypasta at the end of the day? Because these claims don't really have much to back them up, obviously. Although some also point to the fact that kids have strangely colored tongues, such as blue or green, as a sign of them also being dead as well. Although this is likely due to just the Jawbreaker candies, which are very prevalent in the show. Also,
Also, there's the fact that the parents are rarely ever seen in the cul-de-sac. I mentioned that in the beginning, because it seems as if the show takes place during an almost endless summer, although that was also later disproven by them going to school later on. And while some of the kids do kind of look like they're from different time periods, there's nothing to actually support that as a fact. I mean, it's kind of an interesting take, but at the end of the day, it's just another edgy theory from back in the day. You know how it goes. Ash is in a coma. One of, if not the most popular Pokemon anime theory that there is, being that the main character Ash Ketchum is actually in a coma the entire time, and everything, the whole series takes place in his imagination. This idea is supported by a couple of things. Ash not ever really aging throughout the entire series, as well as the fact that there are similar characters in every town, like the Nurse Joys. But the main theory and creepypasta that this originates from suggests that after Ash gets hit by one of Pikachu's attacks in episode 1, he goes into a coma. And everything from this point on is simply a dream, which allowed him to fulfill his fantasies as a great Pokemon trainer. But that's not all. Everything after this point in the anime feels a lot more like a lighthearted kids show, whereas the rest of the first episode felt a bit more grounded and realistic. Well, as much as the show about pocket monsters can be anyway. In Ash's dream, it would make sense that he wouldn't want to hurt any people or have any Pokemon
cows.
killed, and that's also why
I'm going down off the bridge because I saw some stone in the rock, which means there's going to be a chest in there somewhere. If I die, I die.
Certain characters and Pokemon representing different aspects of his personality and his journey in actually growing as a person, despite him not actually physically growing at all. Overall, it's a fun theory and an interesting perspective on such a lighthearted kids show for sure. Ho-Oh granted Ash immortality. This theory here is used to explain the fact that Ash doesn't ever age in the anime series and is seemingly immortal. But why? Well, according to this, the Ho-Oh feathers can grant this everlasting life, which they describe as eternal happiness in some of the Pokédex entries. And in the early episodes of the anime, Ash actually sees the Pokemon, which could be where he was forever made a 10-year-old, going on Pokemon adventures forever, basically, which honestly sounds a little terrifying, to be honest. More like a purgatory than eternal life. Perhaps, though, his wish of becoming the best Pokemon trainer is only able to be realized with him always remaining young, giving him essentially infinite time to do so. However, there isn't much other solid evidence for this theory. Mrs. Puff is being tortured to teach SpongeBob as community service. Now, I couldn't exactly find this specific theory per se, but there are plenty of similar Mrs. Puff theories, especially the one popularized by YouTuber and SpongeBob theorist Alex Bale, who proposed the theory that Mrs. Puff was hiding a shady past of another failed boating school and perhaps a criminal record under a different name, which actually does have some hints throughout the episodes. However, her being tortured to teach SpongeBob as community service, well, probably not that, but rather she does have nightmares about having to teach SpongeBob, which is definitely possible in a few episodes and moments throughout the series, but none are more notable than the episode Healing Time, where Mrs. Puff is trapped in prison, but even still is somehow found and disturbed by SpongeBob, causing her to lose her sanity throughout the episode, and maybe she isn't even in the prison, but rather the prison is her own mind. It's all just an endless nightmare. As the police officer tells her at the end of the episode, why would you go to jail? You already did your time. Yet it cuts to her back in prison despite her in the real world being on the outside, with SpongeBob the one being arrested. It's all very confusing, but a lot of the Mrs. Puff lore is. But honestly though, this is one of the most probable sounding theories out there. SpongeBob main characters are all different drugs. Again, one of the most well-known SpongeBob theories, very similar to the 7 Deadly Sins one, which we'll get to in a minute. But this here suggests that the 4 main characters of the show all represent a different drug or in fact addicted to said substance. First of all, there's the main man himself, SpongeBob SquarePants, who is apparently represented by shrooms due to his wild mood swings, yet usually happy and almost euphoric demeanor, as well as his intense imagination due to him possibly tripping balls, I guess. Sounds like a bit of a stretch, and honestly, with how hyper SpongeBob is, I expected his to be cocaine for sure. But no, that goes to Mr. Krabs and Mrs. Puff, who are said to both represent, due to their constant bouts of paranoia. Squidward represents heroin, I guess because he's usually just upset, doesn't really care about life or his job at all, and is prone to lying, although this doesn't really relate to this drug in any way, not necessarily, at least. And lastly, there's Patrick with marijuana, due to him being pretty much always positive, relaxed, and just chilled out, as well as the fact that he eats a lot. Got a little bit of the munchies going on, I guess. But yeah, honestly, this one is definitely a stretch, and a lot less believable than the 7 Deadly Sins theory, which is very similar to this in nature, but a lot more convincing for sure. Rugrats is a figment of Angelica's imagination. Probably the biggest Rugrats theory, and par for the course when it comes to the edgy, purgatory, creepypasta theories of the 2010s, which were abundant, to say the least. But anyway, it's kind of your standard affair. The Rugrats are all a part of Angelica's imagination, and are actually, in fact, all dead. Chucky and his mother both passed, Tommy was a stillborn, the twins, Phil and Will, were actually just one aborted fetus, but are depicted as twins because Angelica didn't know the gender of the baby. And the actual creepypasta of this theory goes even further into uncharted fanfiction territory, further stating that All Grown Up, the spin-off show of the Rugrats, is also some sort of hallucination in Angelica's mind, with kids now all aged up to meet her age. However, as all edgy creepypastas do, somehow it devolves even further into her being high on drugs and even dying of an overdose, which is what causes the end of the show.
My neck, I can move it both ways. Mattress Firm had so many incredible options at every price. I can look this way now.
Level 2, Movie Set. CN City is canon. So Cartoon Network City is usually associated with a series of bumpers created for the channel in the early 2000s, from July 2004 to June 2007, with this era being called the CN City era. These bumpers would feature various characters from Cartoon Network living in a city together and interacting with one another. But the theory goes that this city is actually canon, and all the characters shown in the bumpers canonically live there, I guess. This mostly stems from an episode of OKKO titled Crossover Nexus, which features characters from Ben 10, Steven Universe, and Teen Titans Go, as well as a villain called Strike, who is able to teleport these characters into different universes, which could have something to do with how these other Cartoon Network characters end up in the city. SpongeBob main characters represent Deadly Sins. Mentioned it earlier, but yes, another one of the all-time classics, that each of the main 7 characters in SpongeBob represent a different deadly sin. Probably the most obvious one is you probably don't need to go into that one too much. Everyone knows it's basically his entire personality. Then we got Squidward and Raph. This is because of his propensity to get angry very easily, especially as SpongeBob. Squidward is almost always angry, or at least sad and upset with his life in some way. Patrick is Sloth, another pretty obvious one. For the most part, he doesn't have a job or do anything unless he's hanging out with SpongeBob. I mean, he literally just lives under a rock and is even given an award for doing absolutely nothing in one episode, so there you go. Plankton represents Envy, which also makes a lot of sense, given that he's lived in the shadow of Mr. Krabs' success for such a long time, and at seemingly every turn tries to steal the secret Krabby Patty formula to emulate Mr. Krabs' product and business, although he does end up switching places with him in the episode The Algae's Always Greener, and realizes it isn't all it's cracked up to be.
Shit!
But still,
Just threw a sword by accident. I'm going to
for
get that.
Pride, we have Sandy. I guess mostly because she's smart and somewhat full of herself, but I don't know, this one isn't as strong in my opinion. Then there's Gary and Gluttony, mostly because he is a lot of the time shown eating a lot of food, even running away at one point to look for more. And lastly, we have SpongeBob himself, which again isn't the strongest of cases, but I guess it works with this lust, but not exactly in the typical way it's depicted. Nothing like the Full Metal Alchemist.
Is there a bed near you?
No, SpongeBob's lust likely comes
Uh-huh.
from his cheery demeanor and outlook on life in general, or more likely from his love of
Oh, you're
his
back
job
over
and
here?
seeming obsession
I don't know where this
as a
map
driver
goes.
at the
I have to
Krusty
go
Krab,
search it,
going to
but my
great
guy's
lengths
like
to
low
work
in
there,
health and
even
shit.
if he isn't being paid. Overall, this theory fits pretty well, although I definitely don't think any of this was intentional on the part of the
I think I set another bed down there.
SpongeBob skin theory. Another huge SpongeBob theory, which I definitely can't do justice here in this iceberg, but Doug Wolliver did a giant 1-hour deep dive just into this theory, and it's many layers, so check that out if you're interested. But basically, from my understanding, it goes like this. SpongeBob SquarePants, the TV show, has a very strange obsession with characters wearing fake skins and costumes, to the point where there are too many instances to ignore. And maybe, just maybe, something sinister is being hidden just underneath the surface. It's so common, in fact, in the show that the characters themselves don't react that much to these situations, even referencing things like head enhancement clinics. When SpongeBob rips off a guy's fake could also forget that crazy gorilla suit episode either. Then there's the whole salmon suit thing. I mean, there's just too much going on here, but what does it all mean? Is it just a running gag mostly for the or does it actually mean something? Maybe the show doesn't take place underwater at all. They're simply just humans wearing fish costumes. Or maybe everyone in Bikini Bottom is just crazy. I mean, stuff almost just as weird happens there all the time that people don't bat an eye at, so who knows?
Lindsay, do you mind hanging out at the end of the bridge here in case this water freezes?
About the show The Loud House.
I don't mind.
Loud may have been adopted, which would explain his white-colored hair compared to the rest of the family. And the reason for his family adopting him
Gives me an opportunity to get a little more baked as fuck.
Apparently, though, it was later revealed that the white hair actually came from his grandfather, so myth busted, I guess. Pinky is a genius and the brain is insane. Posted on the Fan Theories subreddit, get ready because we're going to get a lot of these. We have a theory suggesting that Pinky from Pinky and the Brain is actually the genius, while the brain is the insane one, which is the opposite of how it's portrayed. I mean, you don't even have to watch the show to know this, really. I mean, one is named The Brain. In the theme song, it says one is a genius and the other is insane, but maybe Pinky is actually a genius, simply watching the brain enact plans that almost always fail, meaning the brain is actually insane.
It gives me time to top off my tea, too.
Plans and acting stupid. And think about it. What is the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results.
That's the internet definition of insanity.
Here we go with our first big Disney theory, and trust me, there will be many more just like this one. Now, as most of you know, the 1992 classic is an adaptation of the Aladdin folktale in the book of 1001 Nights. However, this theory suggests that rather than being set in the distant past, it's set in the far future of a post-apocalyptic world, due to a few things that don't match up with the time period, such as some clothing pieces, as well as a line from the genie about being stuck in the lamp for 10,000 years. The genie also makes pop culture references from the modern era, including an impersonation of Jack Nicholson, and the Aladdin game, which some point to as more proof, has a stop sign, curious enough, as well as what some think is a nuclear bomb in the sand, suggesting that this could be a post-nuclear world. But it's all very far-fetched, of course. Pop culture references are in every movie nowadays. But as for the game, well, honestly don't know what they were doing with that. Danny Phantom equals Timmy Turner. Now, this is a wild one, but some think that Timmy Turner at some point wished to become a different person and became Danny Phantom.
Hi, baby.
Why is this the case?
Hi.
Mostly, I guess, because both Fairly Odd Parents and Danny Phantom were both created by the same guy, Butch Hartman, and these were only further fueled when he made a video on this conspiracy theory, comparing other things.
Ow, don't bite me, you fucking asshole.
Definitely stoking the flames with these theorists in this video.
Ow. Jesus, that hurt, Yasmin.
So, few people have proposed that the original Scooby-Doo cartoon from the 60s and 70s takes place during an economic depression and collapse. This is because of a few things, mainly the amount of rundown and abandoned buildings, as well as the amount of villains in the show running some kind of quick money scheme. Also, there's the fact that Shaggy has trouble affording food for him and even for Scooby, but this could also just come down to them being just poor kids. But also, there's the fact that the 1970s in the United States went through
shit.
high inflation. So this could actually be a concept that's actually baked into the show, even if it was happening while the show was actually being produced.
I was saying it's fucking far away, Jesus.
Greg is a sociopath. One of the most solid theories here so far, given that almost everything we see in the Diary of a Wimpy Kid books can lead us to this conclusion, that the main character, Greg Heffley, is actually a sociopath. How so? Well, for the most part, he's a pretty good protagonist. But once you peel back the layers of his actions throughout the books, his intentions seem a bit darker. For one, Greg is known to emotionally manipulate people, including his own friends, especially his best friend Rowley on numerous occasions. And not only that, but he seems to lack empathy for other people. However, the author of the books, Jeff Kinney, said in a Reddit AMA that he was just a messy kid and not actually a sociopath, disproving his theory. However, many people still believe this even after that, given what we've seen of Greg's behavior. He's just too selfish and awful of a person for them to simply discount everything that's happened. But maybe he's not a sociopath, but at the very least, he's not a great person either, at least in the earlier books. I don't really know anything about the more recent ones, but people say he's grown as a character and shows a lot more empathy now, but let me know what you think. Cosmo and Wanda are just Timmy's antidepressants. Yes, so a theory has been proposed that Timmy's fairy godparents may represent Zoe and Prozac respectively. This is due to the fact that they appear when Timmy feels he needs them. Maybe this also explains why there are side effects that arise from him abusing the magic, and people have even extended this theory further to the other fairies in the show, saying they could possibly also represent different drugs, such as Jordan Von Strangle possibly representing steroids. Is this a bit of a stretch? Maybe, but welcome to Cartoon Conspiracy Theories. Just let us have our fun. The narrator is Ash's father. Another Pokemon one. So the identity of Ash's father has been a huge mystery in the Pokemon series for forever. All that we know is that he's a Pokemon trainer himself who left Pallet Town as well. At some point it seemed like Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket, was going to be Ash's dad, at least according to one of the writers of Pokemon Live. But some even think his dad is just the Mr. Mime Pokemon that his mom has, which, yeah. But another theory is that the narrator of the anime is his father, thinking that they presumably went on similar adventures. Maybe that also explains why Ash remains young, given it is his child and is him recounting stories possibly told to him from Ash's perspective, but there isn't much to really back this up as far as I can tell. Caillou has terminal cancer. A couple of variations on this one, with it either being just that the character Caillou has terminal cancer, which is why he's bald, or like many of these theories, he's actually just already dead as a result of said cancer. And maybe everything in the show is just flashbacks of his life before he passed. Or maybe the reason his parents are so nice to him and put up with everything he does is because he's eventually going to die, which is a very tragic outlook on this children's show. Apparently though, the reason he is actually bald is because the author wanted to keep the character recognizable as a toddler, because in the books, Caillou starts out as a small infant. The monsters are all in Courage's head. I can't think of a more perfect show for these kinds of conspiracy theories. It's so weird, creepy, and cryptic, it was bound to be looked into more closely than others. The thing we have here is that all of the monsters encountered throughout the show are just figments of Courage the dog's imagination. Maybe since Courage is actually a dog, the world is warped around his perspective, which we see everything through. Meaning the people and monsters he encounters are a lot more scary because we're seeing them from his point of view. And some are easier to explain from his perspective, such as Freaky Freddy, but what about actual supernatural like entities like King Ramses, you know, the Return the Slab guy? At least this would kind of explain why Eustace and Muriel are never really afraid of the perceived threats that Courage sees, because either they are exaggerated or maybe they don't even exist at all. Level 3, Andy's Room. Magic School Bus Doppelganger Theory. Another Alex Bayo theory here. This time not about SpongeBob, but the Magic School Bus. A show I'm sure a lot of you guys remember from your childhoods, probably from watching it at school. But basically in the show, it seems that everything that happens is actually part of a live-action TV show in universe, thanks to a segment where a producer from the show answers questions about it. However, there are subtle hints throughout the episodes, even in the questions or segments, that everything that happens is actually real and not a fake TV show. So in essence, there really is a magic school bus taking kids to dangerous places, and they're pretending like it's all fake. But why though? Well, Alex believes that the kids are just going with what Miss Frizzle says, and if they disobey, well, they actually become the field trip, as was the case with Ralphie and Arnold. And maybe this goes even further with the kids being duplicated into some weird doppelganger clones or something, which is why they sometimes don't remember all the places they've been to. Why someone like Arnold is not only fine after taking off his helmet in space, but also, more importantly, how he can appear in the school bus while also inside of himself. Also, maybe some of these clones survive, which would be the two producers who look a lot like the kids Tim and Wanda, and maybe even Miss Frizzle herself is somehow a clone of Arnold. This one goes deep, as all Alex Bale theories do, but it's definitely a fun one. Tom and Jerry is Nazi propaganda. This idea mostly stems from the name of this beloved children's cartoon, Tom and Jerry. Tommy's being a nickname for British soldiers during World War I and World War II, and Jerry's being the nickname of Germans. So maybe Tom represents England while Jerry represents Germany. I mean, the cartoon did start back in 1940, but besides that, there isn't much other evidence for this. Also, it's interesting that Tom is the cat, and therefore the British in this case, where Jerry is the mouse, and usually the one who always wins in the end. This depiction just doesn't really add up with the known historical context. Plus, in the original short, Tom was also known as Jasper, and Jerry was originally known as Jinx. Donald Duck has World War II PTSD. Donald Duck as a character dates back to 1931, so I thought this probably wasn't the case, right? But still, it's an interesting take. Mostly I thought this notion came from a 1943 World War II propaganda film called Der Führer's Space, which depicts Donald Duck living in Nazi Germany and working at a factory. However, that isn't actually the full picture. In fact, to my surprise, there's this Donald Duck comic which seemingly proves this theory as real. He literally has flashbacks to fighting the Japanese in World War II. So, case closed, I guess. This theory is proven, at least as far as the comic version of the character goes. Nemo is a figment of Marlin's imagination. So, Finding Nemo, an all-time Pixar animated classic. The film is about Marlin looking for his lost son, Nemo. However, this theory states that Nemo doesn't actually exist, and that throughout the whole movie, Marlin is chasing a figment of his imagination. His real so haunted by that loss that he seeks out.
This doesn't make sense.
Eventually, with it all
Every time I get one of these maps, I dig down deep right on the X and write shit.
represented by Nemo going to school. There isn't too much to back this up, though, other than that Nemo apparently means no one in Latin, but yeah, it doesn't really make sense under any real scrutiny.
10 years ago, we never would have anticipated going underground in the money pit.
The Crucible Gauntlet, Lucy's premiere Tuesday at 9. Art History's Digs and Dives, only on the History Channel.
Arnold gained PTSD about field trips on the Magic School Bus after nearly dying. Yeah, so we talked about this a little bit already, and it kind of ties in with the whole Magic School Bus doppelganger theory, but Arnold clearly is scared of the field trips, which is why he is hesitant to go on them. I mean, who wouldn't be, given how dangerous the circumstances of them are? Like, in reality, who wants to go into space and into a volcano, or even into another person's body as a kid? Like, that's terrifying when you think about it. This would especially be true if he did survive the freezing in space incident. Like, who would want to do anything after something that traumatizing? So yeah, as far as dark kid show theories go, this one definitely works for me. Doofenshmirtz is Phineas and Candace's biological father. What is the proof behind this? Well, Phineas has a triangle-shaped head, and you know who else does? Dr. Heinz Doofenshmirtz. But you know who doesn't have a triangle head? Ferb, because he's their stepbrother. Although Candace doesn't really either, so there goes that. Maybe it also explains why Phineas is so smart, though. And Phineas and Candace's biological father is never revealed, so could this actually be true? Well, no, because co-creator Dan Povenmire confirmed this wasn't the case in an interview in 2011. SpongeBob Death Theory. So this is kind of a hilarious explanation for the relative decline in quality after season 4 and SpongeBob movie. In reality, from my understanding, this is due to the original creator, Steven Spielberg's departure, as well as some of the early writers that made the show characters what they were. Since then, SpongeBob didn't really act like himself. He notably became dumber and more naive than he came off in the first 3 seasons, making people think he actually died in the film. And that this new SpongeBob wasn't the one we knew, but rather some kind of clone or something, and a more childish version because this was a newly born or reincarnated SpongeBob. Powerpuff Girls Brenda theory. This theory states that the Powerpuff Girls are actually all just one person, a girl named Brenda, and different sides of her personality. She ended up developing these personalities after being bullied during her childhood, leading her to create Blossom, who represents a smart and mature side she wants to be, Buttercup with her aggressive side and darker thoughts that spawn from her abuse, and finally Bubbles, which showcases her more innocent side. Now, why is her name Brenda? I have no idea. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there's even a character in the show with that name, and this whole thing is basically just a fan fiction. I mean, it does start with the letter B, so I guess it does follow the same naming trend as the Powerpuff Girls, but that's about it. Jessie's original owner was Andy's mom. In Toy Story 2, Jessie is revealed to have been owned by a girl named Emily in a flashback sequence, and her last name is never specified. Interestingly, Andy's mom's first name is also never revealed, so could they be the same person? I mean, they do look kind of similar, and the timelines for the most part do match up. However, there isn't much else to back this whole thing up, and actually Andy's mom has a slightly different hair color, so this probably isn't true, although it would make for a cool tie-in. Cartoon Network Shared Universe. Ever heard of the Pixar theory? Chances are you probably have. A crazy conspiracy that somehow every Pixar animated film is linked together in one universe and timeline. Well, that's basically the same situation here, that all Cartoon Network shows share the same universe. This is likely because of a few references to each other hidden in some of the shows, as well as because of the crossover episode of OKKO, which had a ton of different Cartoon Network properties in it. But honestly, that's all there is to it, just fun references. Dee Dee and the Test Sisters from Johnny Test were swapped at birth. Very interesting coincidence here, that Dee Dee looks very similar to Johnny Test, while the Test Sisters look very similar to Dexter. What's going on here? Well, since Dexter does have features from his mom and dad, we can rule out that he was swapped for Johnny at birth. Rather, this theory states that the sisters, for whatever reason, were swapped, although exchanging two twins for one baby seems kind of an odd trade, but they don't just look the same. The Test Sisters are just as intelligent and eccentric as Dexter, but the more likely explanation is that this is all just a coincidence, or even better yet, the Test Sisters are a direct reference and homage to the original Dexter's Laboratory, which it seems Johnny Test took quite a bit of inspiration from in regards to its premise. Or if you really got your tinfoil hat on, since these are both Cartoon Network shows, you can put this into the Cartoon Network Shared Universe theory. SpongeBob and Sandy doing karate is a metaphor for sex. Okay, so it sounds crazy, but hear me out. SpongeBob has been known to include some more adult themes hidden into their episodes, especially in the early seasons. I mean, remember when SpongeBob and Patrick got married and adopted a sea scallop? Or when SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs killed the health inspector and buried his body, or at least tried to? Or how about even the episode where they're just actually swearing? Point is, despite it being a funny kids show, there are some darker and more adult undertones in some of the episodes and some of the jokes. And this theory from the fan theory subreddit again thinks the episode Karate Choppers is no different, with it secretly being about SpongeBob and Sandy having sex. So much so, in fact, that SpongeBob ends up getting fired from the Krusty Krab. Basically, in the plot, describes how the safety helmet and gloves represent condoms. Stay with me here. And how the surprise karate they do at like every turn is, well, you know. They both can't stop thinking about it and become obsessed to the point of SpongeBob getting fired because he can't get any work done. They also go on a picnic and have to fight back the urge to do karate, and eventually they get hired again by Mr. Krabs to use karate to make Krabby Patty. The overall theory sounds quite disgusting, but does this have any merit? Absolutely not, but this post is hilarious. There's even more supposed references and nods to sex in the episode, but if I go too deep into it, I'll probably be demonetized, so we're just gonna move on. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy were exposed to Bikini Atoll radiation after kind of a sub-theory here, I guess, for the original Bikini Atoll one, but mostly concerned with the characters of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, which I noticed, if you think about it, they're pretty much the only ones in Bikini Bottom, right? Like, how can they even breathe are they so small compared to the other humans, like the fisherman, the narrator, the diver, and David Hasselhoff? Something fishy is definitely going on here, pun intended. The shrinking could have been caused by the shrink ray, fine, but why can they breathe underwater? Well, maybe they were Navy divers during the Bikini Atoll test, which would explain why they are mutated and how they can now breathe underneath the ocean. And could also possibly explain how they shrunk. It would also even explain their advanced age, given they were kind of like this theory, honestly, but the other explanation is equally viable, being that they are simply toy action figures of human superheroes given life by the radiation, which would also explain their small size. The Mystery Inc. crew are Vietnam veterans. Another arsenal thing to do. So according to this, the show takes place in the year 1969, a point in time where many young Americans were being drafted into the Vietnam War. And so it's possible that we're trying to dodge the draft, and we're on a road trip with other companions on their way to Canada to escape the war. I mean, Shaggy is depicted as the classic character from the era. Scooby-Doo, well, I mean, he's just a dog, I guess, while Fred seems like the opposite of Shaggy, and might have actually been selected to fight, and rather than doing that, chose to flee. Of course, Daphne and Velma wouldn't be drafted, but Velma could have just been an anti-war activist, while Daphne is, I guess, just Fred's girlfriend. And they're all just living out of the van. But if this was the case, I don't think they would be wasting their time chasing criminals
I'll get it.
around, but hey, maybe it's just me.
I don't know what's the deal with these treasure maps.
Winnie the Pooh mental disorder personification. Allow me to ruin your
I've said
childhood
this one a
if I
million
haven't
times.
already, because this theory states that each of Winnie the Pooh's friends, as well as himself, all represent different mental disorders. Pooh represents OCD because of his impulsive actions and repetitive behaviors, as well as his obsession with honey. Piglet is said to suffer from an anxiety disorder, possibly generalized anxiety disorder due to her nervousness, and Eeyore is probably the most obvious.
Did you just call Piglet a her?
I don't even think I really have to explain that one. These are the main ones, although some have suggested others, like Christopher Robin, the boy, having schizophrenia as he imagines all of these talking animal characters that don't really exist. Flintstones is a post-apocalyptic future of the Jetsons. Here we go again with the future post-apocalypse theories. And not only that, but apparently according to this, the Flintstones is a sequel to the Jetsons. Kind of funny when you think about it. I mean, the Jetsons being the futuristic one and being the prequel. But with the 1987 film, The Jetsons Meet the Flintstones, we see that instead of going forward in time, they go back to the Stone Age and meet the Flintstones, basically disregarding this theory. But another interpretation is that the time machine did go into the future of a post-apocalyptic event that destroyed possibly a nuclear war or something like that, that set everything back to the Stone Age. This would explain some of the more complex systems seen in the Flintstones, such as an economy as well as some technology that shouldn't be around. I mean, they even had Christmas, so take that as you will, I guess. Avatar: The Last Airbender is set in a post-apocalyptic world. Another one. Yeah, so this is a fan theory from the subreddit again, shocker. It suggests that it's again set in the future, and the bending abilities of the elements are actually some kind of genetic nanite technology, and not just some kind of spiritual martial arts thing. Not really sure how this would all work, but hey, there are dumber theories on this list. Plus it gives a possible explanation for the strange animals in the series, with them possibly being genetic experiments.
Teeth sensitivity is so common. It immediately feels like, somebody's poking directly on their nerve. I recommend Sensodyne. Sensodyne toothpaste goes inside the tooth and calms the nerve down. And my favorite
That's
thing,
good.
how it really works?
Level 4, Bikini Bottom. Lucy carved the Great Pumpkin. In the Peanuts film, It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown, there is a darker theory for why Linus never gets to meet it on Halloween. The reason is not because it doesn't exist, but rather because Lucy killed it by carving it at the beginning of the film. That random pumpkin she brought home was it. Linus even says, quote, "You didn't tell me you were gonna kill it," which is a weird thing to say about a non-sentient pumpkin. This will explain why they never got to meet it in the end, because tragically Lucy just killed the Great Pumpkin. Why Garfield hates Mondays. The typical theory theory for this goes that Garfield hates Mondays because it's the beginning of the work week. However, he doesn't have a job, so why? Well, because he's
Found a
lonely
ship.
without John. However, the creator, Jim Davis, went on to explain in 2014 that Garfield, quote, doesn't have a job and doesn't go to school and every day is the same. Nevertheless, every Monday is just a reminder that his life is the same old cycling again. And for some reason, even though his life is pretty much the same every day, on Mondays specifically, awful things tend to happen to him physically. So, there you go. Timmy reimagined his deceased godparents into Cosmo and Wanda. So, this one is from some really old meme back in the day, which I found posted on, you guessed it, Reddit 11 years ago, so let's read it out. Quote, did you know, there's a creepy truth to Fairly Odd Parents. The Fairly Odd Parents is about a kid playing pretend with his fish. His godparents died in a car crash when he was younger. They weren't the adults who ever understood him, but he finds comfort in being over him, since his parents obviously don't care. His babysitter slaps him around, but he isn't brave enough to tell on her. The granted wishes are all in his imagination, hence why they never have any lasting consequences. Mr. Crocker has made sexual advances on a young Timmy, hence the delusion that he is able to steal Timmy's quote-unquote fairies, which represent his innocence, joy, hope, and good wishes for the future. So, yeah, quite dark, but what else is new? Courage puppeteers his dead owners. This is something that actually happens in the episode The Great Fusilli, in which a magician of the same name turns Muriel and Eustace into puppets. And sadly, by the end of the episode, it ends with Courage not being able to turn them back, suggesting that possibly after this episode, all of their actions in the series are being done by Courage puppeteering them around, as if they were actually alive, to just keep him company and to cope with the guilt of being unable to turn them back. And as far as Courage theories go, this one is quite tame, and also kind of makes sense. Rosie is the narrator of Caillou. Back on Reddit again, we've got a theory that the character Rosie grew up and actually wrote the Caillou books in the universe and is narrating the story. Her hair color would match with the narrator, and she even knows certain details about the characters, including their thoughts, which only she, I guess, could know. This could also tie in with the whole Caillou cancer thing as well, as he likely would be dead when the story started. But to be honest, I don't know enough about Caillou to Cars homunculus theory. This is a good one. So we all know that in the universe of Cars, there are, well, sentient car beings, and basically no human life to be found. But how? Are these actual living biological creatures, or some kind of advanced technology? There are all the standard elements of human culture found on Earth, such as language and architecture and whatnot. The cars themselves are even built like they are in the real world, with mirrors, windows, and door handles, which wouldn't be necessary if people right? That's where this theory comes in. Basically, somehow this ties in with the overarching Pixar conspiracy, but humans somehow were merged with some kind of homunculus situation. And there's even some incredibly disturbing artwork which details how this would work. Maybe it was to protect them from some kind of apocalyptic event, or maybe it was some kind of weird experiment. Yeah, it's definitely extremely creepy to think about. Brian Hogan was the result of CIA. How could the CIA not be involved in at least one of these cases? Come on now. So this is a poster from the r/Game Theorist subreddit, where the poster describes how Brian is a CIA genetic experiment. However, in the Family Guy universe, it seems like animals are pretty normal. We all know that anthropomorphic animals are the results of CIA experiments. Also, there's a strange episode where Brian finds a human son. So, if you weren't already asking enough questions, there you go, I guess. Or maybe talking animals and bestiality is just a form of Family Guy. Who knows? Frankie Foster / Madam Foster is imaginary. So in Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, Frankie Foster is the granddaughter of Madam Foster, who has her own imaginary friend. But this theory takes it further. She's saying that Frankie herself is an imaginary friend of Madam, which is like imaginary friendception or something. Although the creator of Crane McCracken has since debunked this theory on the next episode of r/fan theories, we have one that states this slate from
I found some kind of weird thing here. I don't know what it is. I just filled it with dirt so I could dry it out and try to dig down a little bit. Hopefully there's something here. I'm not just like wasting my time.
with a storied history that isn't anything like Robin's backstory. Miss Frizzle is a Time Lord. Thanks to the Magic School Bus, which usually has themes that make a lot of sense, at least given the context, but I'm not sure with this one. Yes, Miss Frizzle is technically a time traveler, that much is canon and obvious, and maybe might be something even more sinister, but a Time Lord, like in reference to Doctor Who, yeah, I'm not really sure how that all works out. Maybe because she has her own artist thing, but this time it's a school bus and not a phone booth. I don't really know any Doctor Who stuff, but apparently there were also some other possible subtle references to Doctor Who, so maybe. Miss Frizzle's class continues to play the series in Captain Planet. And yet another strange crossover theory. One that suggests Miss Frizzle and her class became the Planeteers from Captain Planet. And I mean, don't you think the same thing? Just look at this comparison. In reality, though, it's probably just a coincidence, given that Captain Planet actually came out first. The Krusty Krab is a front for a drug operation. Alright, so if you thought we were done with SpongeBob drug theories, you are sadly mistaken. Charlie Brown 47 writes on the fan theory subreddit that Mr. Krabs uses the restaurant as a front and delivers drugs through the Krabby Patties. Hence why they're so addictive and why he doesn't want anyone, especially Plankton, to find the secret formula, because it's It also goes on to explain that the reason Jim, the previous fry cook, is so rich is because he either received money from Mr. Krabs to not spill his secret, or just stole from Mr. Krabs and couldn't tell the cops because he knew about the drugs. Yes, this is basically just fanfiction with no solid evidence, but it's all just a good thing. Also, someone pointed this out, but this makes Mr. Krabs basically Gus from Breaking Bad. It explains in great detail how Dee Dee from Dexter's Laboratory was created by Professor Utonium, and that she is the result of his experiments without the intervention of Chemical X. It goes on to write a fanfiction of how this might have happened. Before the new series of Powerpuff Girls, the Doctor might have taken pity on a family that thought they couldn't have kids, and gave them the daughter of Dee Dee created in his lab. This could be explained with the series being connected thanks to a few Easter eggs. Other than that, well, it states that Dee Dee hates science experiments because she is one. Some kind of deep resentment there, and appearance-wise, she kind of resembles the Powerpuff Girls, especially Bubbles. Ida from the Owl House is Grunkle Stan's ex-wife. This is a theory that was actually proven as true. A connection between the Owl House and Gravity Falls. That being that Grunkle Stan...
I'm running my ass back. I hope I don't die.
The proof of this being that in a secret
Shot
episode
at.
commentary in a Gravity Falls box set, Stan reflects on his ex-wife and basically goes on to describe Ida, saying she married him for a day to rob him and that she has one weirdly sharp tooth, fake hair, and pale bingo hall skin. She also went by the name Marilyn, a pseudonym, which we find out in the episode Yesterday's Life of the Owl House was in fact Ida, so yeah, cool tie-in. The Krabby Patty's secret formula is anchovies. Another fan theory here suggests that the Krabby Patty secret formula is actually just anchovies, which is honestly pretty disturbing given that they're all sea creatures eating and becoming obsessed with these Krabby Patties. But maybe this is why the very first episode of the show, Help Wanted, has anchovies invading the Krusty Krab and trying to destroy it. They make it seem like they all want to eat, but maybe they know Mr. Krabs' dark secret. But then why would they eat them at the end? Well, since SpongeBob didn't know these secrets,
Can you hit a bed, Lindsay?
this suggests maybe
Huh?
they made them with
Can you hit a bed?
this time,
Oh,
given
yeah.
he was new to the job. Yeah, it's kind of a fun theory, but it doesn't really work under any sort of scrutiny. Jesse and James were Ash's protectors. This theory states that maybe since Jesse and James are basically the only constant through Ash's journey in the anime, besides Pikachu, maybe they aren't actually trying to stop him, but rather protect him secretly. This usually is associated with the Giovanni father theory, given that he is the leader of Team Rocket, as some thought he would have had Jesse and James follow and watch out for his son, but that has since been disproven as we now know. Ed, Edd n Eddy parental neglect. 100% fact, not even a theory. At least if you consider the fact that the parents are absent for most of the series and don't intervene during any of their crazy antics. But this goes even further into abuse territory with the theory that some of the Eds were actually physically and emotionally abused. Eddie is at least shown to have been treated very bad by his older brother, who he idolized, which is what the Big Picture Show movie is all about, basically. With Double D, there isn't as much evidence of any kind of abuse, just the standard non-existent parenting, but that's standard in this cul-de-sac. Then lastly with Ed, this one is the most obvious, because he's kept in the basement while Sarah seems to be the favorite child and has her own bedroom. There's even a scene which shows that his parents even took the stairs away from the basement so he couldn't escape because he was grounded. To which Double D comments that's disturbing, and yeah, it is. Jeff from Clarence has autism. Another fan theory on the old subreddit, stating that Jeff from Clarence may be on the autism spectrum, according to some hints found in the episode Average Jeff. They cite his routine and how he doesn't want it to be disrupted or changed, a common trait in autism. Also, he calls himself special, which could also be a reference to this. I don't really know anything about this show, but some people have commented that it seems accurate that he could be portrayed as a young kid with mildly autistic traits. The Great Pumpkin murdered all the adults. Another Great Pumpkin theory to end off this tier. A pretty basic one with not much info that I could find, but essentially it's that the Great Pumpkin is some sort of god, and ended up killing all the adults, which is why they're almost nowhere to be found. Although there are some appearances of them, so I guess this kind of rules out this theory.
Fries or rings or fries and rings, BK combo, so many things. Iced or frozen drink.
Level 5. Nowhere. Aladdin is a story told by a merchant to get us to buy a lamp. So yeah, the whole story of Aladdin is a tall tale told to us by the merchant to get us to buy a useless lamp, coming up with a crazy story about a genie. And I mean, at first glance, this doesn't sound all that far-fetched, but when you take a closer look at the salesman, he is actually the genie and is telling his own story. I mean, he not only wears the same colored clothes, but is also voiced by Robin Williams. Or maybe Aladdin was just a story told to us by Disney to sell us movie tickets. Dr. Claw is the original Inspector Gadget. This theory states that the main antagonist of the Inspector Gadget series was actually the original Inspector Gadget, and the one we see in the main series is actually a cloned cyborg version of him after Dr. Claw was injured in an accident. The way I worded that was kind of confusing, but yeah, I hope you understand what I'm saying. That's why you never see his face or never hear his full name, because he looks the same as the Inspector Gadget we know. At least that's how this series goes anyway. Samurai Jack visits a post-apocalyptic Townsville. As shown in another old Reddit post, Samurai Jack visits a destroyed town which looks remarkably similar to Townsville from Powerpuff Girls, complete with a few concrete references, such as this sign seen in both shows. But another user pointed out that the billboard is actually from an episode in Japan, so this destroyed city could actually be Tokyo. Still, it's definitely a nod to Powerpuff Girls. Courage the Cowardly Dog is based on a true story. Now, you might be wondering how possibly a show about a pink dog that sees ghosts could be based on a real story. And, well, you'd be right to, but there are certain aspects of the show which were likely inspired by real life, with Muriel and Eustace being based on a real couple that mysteriously disappeared at a remote location in El Paso, Texas in 1957. However, this isn't exactly the case, as the creator, John R. Dilworth, has stated that he grew up on a farm in the Midwest and had a dog similar to Courage that was a bit of a scaredy cat, and directly inspired this series. Mulan is the Great Stone Dragon. Despite the dragon Mushu who destroyed the statue and spirit of the Great Stone Dragon, maybe instead he did awaken in the form of Mulan. That's how the theory goes anyway. This is explained by quite a bit of less than subtle imagery portraying Mulan with the Great Stone Dragon, including when she goes to fight in the war in place of her father. It also makes sense as a symbol of her character, being that she was
I got 6 emeralds out of that ship. Didn't find didn't find where the treasure map X had anything at it though.
Family dynamic represents domestic abuse. This Courage theory suggests that the life of Courage as a dog and everything that happens is merely a metaphor for domestic abuse, and that Courage in reality is meant to represent a young child who is being abused by his father, in this case, Eustace. I mean, he literally does physically and emotionally torment Courage throughout the show. That much is clear. But is this a bigger representation with a deeper message? Some seem to think so. The fact that Courage is so easily scared and has so much anxiety could be tied to this. And honestly, this theory, while dark, definitely makes a lot of sense in the context of the show. Steve from Blue's Clues is a drug addict. Classic one I remember hearing about back in the day. But like a lot of these, this basically boils down to being a creepypasta, with the most infamous version that I could find originating 10 years ago on Reddit in this post, which frankly is just like a short creepypasta, explaining how Steve is living in a crack house, which is why a cop comes to his door to check up on him, I guess, and why he hallucinates animals and mailboxes and things talking when they shouldn't. Just food for thought, I guess. Codename Kids Next Door Hospital Theory. Another standard affair here, your typical dark reality theory, where the kids of Codename Kids Next Door are actually all patients suffering from certain ailments in a hospital, and that their group was formed due to them feeling imprisoned due to their extended stay there.
We're living in the fucked up parallel Earth lol. And by Dynamics. Lol. He ruined crypto just by taking office. And Trump was more like, I don't trust crypto cause it follows the market.
Cross that off your creepypasta bingo card. Number 4 was stabbed by some dude, and finally 5 was abused by her parents. Almost got a bingo. Yeah, it's just another creepypasta theory following the same old tropes. Frankie Foster has autism. So this theory mostly comes from a comic based on Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, where Madame Foster states that Frankie actually does have autism. However, this part of the comic is actually said to be based on the ending of the episode of another series called Saint Elsewhere, which is a medical drama. Frozen / Tangled / Little Mermaid shared universe. This theory here connects these 3 Disney films directly in a timeline. And this one isn't far-fetched at all. First you have the director of Frozen confirming that Elsa and Anna's parents were killed in a shipwreck, a ship that was headed to the wedding of Rapunzel and Flynn. You can also see them both in Frozen at Queen Elsa's coronation. So the connection between Frozen and Tangled is solid, but where does the Little Mermaid come in? Well, maybe that shipwreck that Ariel sees in The Little Mermaid is the same ship that Elsa's parents were on. However, this all fell apart with the release of Frozen 2, which actually changed where Elsa's parents were headed to before their shipwreck. But still, it doesn't change the Easter egg of Rapunzel being in Frozen clear as day. Hey Arnold is told from Helga's perspective. This is an interesting take, because while the show is named after Arnold, a lot of the story beats and conflicts kind of follow her. Not only is she the person that says the actual phrase, Hey Arnold, the most, but she's also the only character that gives monologues in most episodes. Not even Arnold does that. Likely we're just seeing the story of Arnold through the perspective of Helga. At least that is one interpretation of the story. Bloodbending is why Katara's mother died. Spoilers here for Avatar: The Last Airbender, but a Reddit theory suggests that Katara's mother, Kaya, died because the Fire Nation feared that capturing any waterbender would result in something similar to what happened with Hama, who ended up escaping capture by developing bloodbending, a new specialized version of waterbending. And seeing this as a new risk, the Fire Nation decided to just kill the remaining waterbenders, including Katara's mother, Kaya. Aang's friend from the Fire Nation was Prince Azulon. When talking to Prince Zuko, Aang mentions a friend that he had from the Fire Nation named Kuzan, who we met in person in the series and is just weird. However, a theory suggests that maybe this Kuzan is actually Prince Azulon, and the grandfather of Prince Zuko. However, as Peter pointed out, the timeline wouldn't necessarily line up, given that he would have been friends with an airbender during the Air Nomad genocide. Gumball lives in a simulation in a state of denial. Written in a blog post on the Gumball wiki by user SuperSinger9000, we have a quite interesting theory that states the show of The Amazing World of Gumball is not only a show in our world, but in the universe of the show as well, and is something of a simulation which Gumball lives inside of, and deep down he knows it too, but is too afraid to confront that reality, and instead just bends the rules where he can to favor himself, and takes risks you normally probably wouldn't take in real-life situations, which is something outlined in a paper titled How to Live in a Simulation. I mean, he's just clearly ignoring signs of them being in a TV show / simulation, like the glitch in the episode The Signal, or the episode The Others, which focuses on other characters, while Gumball tries to insert himself into the show, literally. It's all played up for laughs, but this episode makes me think he is all too familiar with what is really going on, and maybe he's not in denial, but he's just fine with the current situation, showing he's basically the protagonist of this show and simulation.
The right mattress makes everything clear.
My neck feels better. It's gonna be one of those guys that starts to wave.
The right mattress matters.
We'll find yours.
During the Black Friday sale, save up to $700 on Sealy and get a free adjustable base. Mattress Firm.
Our students are looking to stand out, not blend in, which is a good thing considering the 8-to-1 student to faculty ratio. USJ's academic experience is built on
The Flintstones and the Jetsons live in divided coexistence. Well, I mean, there is the Jetsons.
I gotta hit the hay. I'm kind of tired. You wanna go?
Yeah, I'm fading. I'm like really fading pretty bad. So let me go ahead and take.
Oh, you did really good today.
Uh-huh.
You got bad shit. You pretty much mapped out the whole shit down there almost. Keeps going.
Uh-huh.
All the immediate shit seems to be gone out of there, though. It might be time to move on, honestly.
Let's see, do that. Yeah, I mean, at least we're making some progress on the bridge.
'Cause that's just one of those. I mean, there's more things like that, you know?
What do you mean?
Yeah, it's just an old railroad mine. There's more of those in the game.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. I was debating on whether or not I wanted to switch over to Star Ocean, but oh man, my eyes are just like almost glued shut. Where did I get leather from? That's interesting.
Huh?
I was carrying leather on me. I'm like, I don't know where I got this from. Oh, it might have been when I killed the, found a cow down there. Killed him for his beef. Looks like I got his, leather too. Damn, the bamboo's growing too, which is good. We need all the bamboo for that bridge. I still can't believe we actually managed to get to like to 0 on the Z side. I'm wondering how long it'll be before we see the other side of the other half of the bridge come into view. That'd be crazy.
How long we put into it.
Uh-huh.
Alright, let's see this.
Yeah, save the game. I already set my spawn point. I even dropped some of my shit off just to be on the safe side. Alright, Jesse, you go get some sleep.
Me too.
Yeah, sleep tight.
Me too.